I think Doug just can't get Cheryl.
All right, friends and neighbors, I would like to start up this meeting of the Georgia Liquor Board. What is it? And so we're going to start off with our the liquor license for Dollar General. And I would like to call us all to order. Do we have any, do we have to, this is a little bit different than the regular select board meetings.
Yeah, same
Protocol?
yeah, you just call it to order. like
All right,
regular meeting.
then, do we have anybody who would like to, make a motion to start this meeting of our liquor board?
I'll make a motion then.
All right, do we have Shannon here with us? Is Shannon on?
Yes.
Okay, would anybody like to second that?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so I don't know if we really need a agenda review. Do we have anybody who would like to say anything about re-upping, Dollar General's liquor license? Not
Are you asking?
I'm
from
just
the
asking if
public?
there's any public comment, any public comment, so public forum here. Yes,
When did this come about? I'm looking at the agenda for tonight and I see nothing.
you're not gonna see it you're gonna see it as an individual meeting. We're technically not, haven't started the select board meeting yet.
It's a separate agenda because it's two different boards and they're both on the website.
So, no, you're not gonna see that on the select board thing. Anybody, does anybody else have any, because the select board is also the town liquor board, does anybody have any questions for the liquor board?
I move approval.
All right.
of the Request for a license for Dollar General.
All right, does anybody second that?
I can second that.
All right, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we have approved the Dollar General's liquor license. And so I would like to ask if anybody is okay voting us into adjournment.
I move we adjourn the Liquor Control Board or whatever you call it.
Yeah, that's totally cool, I get that. Any seconds?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So that the Dollar General's liquor license has been approved. Now we're into the select board meeting. Friends, neighbors, members of the board, would anybody on the board like to motion us into our meeting for April 24th, our select out for the Georgia Select Board?
I move we start the Select Board meeting of April 24th.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And so, friends and neighbors, if you'll please join me for our pledge of allegiance. Flag is back there. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions or subtractions that folks would like to make to the agenda before we get into things tonight?
I have one, it would be, just in addition to talk regarding, firewall on the Philo security point.
All right, and so would anybody on the board be willing to, I don't know if we need a discussion for that, but let's, does anybody want to make a motion to add the discussion to the firewall to the agenda for this evening?
Yeah, I'll move.
A second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we can put that on the agenda. Let's see, where? Do we want to put that under new business?
I think we can go right under Philo discussion on the back where it's student campus in the setting.
Oh, you already got us there, okay.
Well, that's a different thing, but we can throw it into that conversation. right
All right, and that's what we'll do. Yes, Carl.
Yeah, under adjustments to the agenda, I move we remove from the agenda the creation of these subcommittees for ethics policy, diversity and equity, inclusion and recreation and community organization until other members of the board have had a chance to understand what what we're doing with those subcommittees.
Okay,
I'd like to vet the purpose.
okay, would anybody like to second that motion? Anybody? All, okay, let's,
Can I ask some clarifying questions?
of course,
Is the idea to ensure that, new board members like myself are getting brought up to speed regarding all of
Well, I
the,
think all of us, because I think one member suggested they be on the agenda, but others of us don't understand necessarily why or what the purpose is, and I think we should vet why we're doing it before we organize those subcommittees.
okay, I would ask also one clarifying question for Shannon, if she is on.
Sure.
This is not an action item, was the intention to rush us up on what these committees would be for?
I just wanted to bring up in the discussion, I am having a difficult time conversing with everybody on these ideas, but the idea was to have a public committee take over those items, not select board members, so that the town would have input to present, have input as a committee, and then they would present their ideas to the select board. It was just a way to remove the select board's action on those things as more of like a community input.
Yeah, and not to ride your back or anything, but all I'm
Yeah.
asking is, will we be able to ask, clarifying, what is the intention of the discuss this, the item on the agenda to just talk about this?
Exactly.
Okay, so with that being said, I would like to ask, does anybody want to second Carl's motion? All, and so I'm guessing that is a no, and so all against, I guess we don't need to do all against the motion. So not having a second, let us continue with the meeting. The motion fails. And so do we have any other additions or subtractions that folks would like to make? Yes, Carl.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the agenda that the planning commission and the select board have a joint meeting to discuss how we can move forward with the town plan rewrite at the earliest possible date.
Okay. Do we have?
What is that?
Can you just restate what that is? What that?
The town plan is something we do every, I think it's every 5 years, okay?
No, I mean, can you just restate what your request was?
Yeah, my request is that we put on the agenda that we plan a joint meeting of
Okay.
the planning commission and the select board
Okay,
to discuss this.
would anybody like to second that we add to the agenda a scheduling a joint meeting between the planning commission and the select board?
Sure, I can second
I
that.
second
All
that.
right.
Yep.
All right, all in, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
And then we will have correspondence this evening, Pat, which you all have one more. You have in front of you, the first breath.
all right. Do we have any other additions or changes or subtractions from the agenda? Do we have anybody online who has anything that they want? No hands, okay. Then not seeing anything, let us move to reorganization. We have a new member of the select board, and so currently we are organized in a certain way, but we should reorganize so that we can officially bring Nick into the fold. And so this would be basically making any changes that we need to any current standing positions that we need to in order to help Nick help us out.
Sure.
So I do not know.
I
So
have a
every-
suggestion.
Yes, Shannon.
I make a request that
Mhm.
he takes over my position on personnel.
Okay. I was about to ask whether or not anybody would like to ask Nick to take over for them on any position. So, yes, so you would like to make a motion that Nick take over for you on on personnel.
Mhm.
And this is currently one of those, yes, this is currently one of our subcommittees. Would anybody like to second that motion? All right, Carl?
I would just like to clarify that that would include Nick would also be the co-person on the negotiating committee with the union contract.
Shannon, you're.
That's a good
is that
question.
your intention as well?
Carl, what's your thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was sort of thrown to the personnel committee when we realized we had a negotiating team. And you and I were the people on there.
Mhm.
And I know, having spoken to Nick, he has some background in this area, and I think he would
Right.
be a great asset to it.
Yeah.
Not that you were not necessarily an asset, I'm just saying, I think he would bring a little more to the table.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I think that, and I think that any information that I currently have on the union negotiations that we've done already, that I think that I can relay that information to him and get him up to speed.
Okay, the only
Much
thing that I would
appreciated.
have wanted to know would be whether or not you had any information that you felt Nick would need to be brushed up
Yes,
on. So,
absolutely.
Nick, do you
um,
feel comfortable with that idea?
I do,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right, so any other comments or questions? All right, all in favor? Aye.
I
Yes,
was just gonna say, my recommendations for the other committees, and because, and people may be already doing this, were that Jamie and Nick would be on the budget and finance with the treasurer as their staff person. We just talked about personnel policy. And then that Public Works would now, because of that, would be Shannon and Jamie with Todd as their staff person. And then recreation and what would you call it, community events would be Carl and Shannon. I believe that works out to 2 per person. Is that right?
okay,
Does that work out, Jamie?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm also good with that.
all right.
Shannon?
It sounds good.
So personnel, and then we also would like to make a motion to have Nick join us with budget and finance. Would anybody like to make that motion, or were you making the motion there, Carl?
I'm making that motion.
Would anybody like to second it?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
All right. And Nick, are there any positions that you particularly would like to be serving on?
Well, I think the 2 that you called out are obviously ones that I do have experience in, so that lends itself well. I'm also more than happy and open to discuss any other positions if others feel that that they would be best suited in a different one, but.
Okay,
I could also get a list of all, I guess it would be good to understand what all of the subcommittees currently are at this time.
There's actually one other one that I think Nick would be wonderful on, and that is the, well, no,
Too much.
wait. No, it's, you know a lot about it, because Sean is part of that. What the heck's it called? Is it the Franklin utility?
Oh, the Northwest or
I assume nobody can remember.
Northwest, it's the CUD basically.
Yeah, CUD.
Fiber infrastructure,
Yeah.
CUD.
Yep,
So is there already a committee?
there
for-
is. So,
Really?
well, there's not a
It's not a
committee, it's
subcommittee of this,
it's
but
a position.
Somebody, right, it's like.
You represent us with them.
I would gladly do that.
And one of them get a really nice dinner.
Yeah, that's
That's GID. so
That's the
that's me
GID.
and Carl.
Oh, okay. They're not. Okay,
Yeah,
Any alternate.
all right. And so if there is no other reorganizations that folks would like to make, but just keep in mind that if you are feeling burned out in any of your positions, just let us know and we are willing to reorganize. Any other Any other requests for reorganization from the board? Shannon?
No.
No?
I actually had one question.
You have one
before.
question?
Yeah, the point of contact for IT, I know that's already a different agenda item, but that's kind of a organization situation. Do we want to just wait until then to deal with it or to talk about it, or
The positions for.
we don't need to
IT.
move it up, but I feel like it's part of the organization, so if handle it now or later,
Do you want to make a motion?
I'm asking you.
I don't think that necessarily needs to be done right now.
Okay.
All right, then let us move on to the minutes in the warrant. Have we had the opportunity to approve the minutes for,
Move
The sixth.
approval of the minutes from the April 10th meeting with several corrections.
all right,
And one would be under public present. Norman Goslin, not Morgan Goslin. Okay, right in the middle of that group of people.
Okay.
And I wasn't sure about another one that talks about under public present by Zoom. Talked about Christina Senna, but then there was also a Chris Senna. I wasn't sure if they were one and the same people or there were two distinct people.
The same,
Hmm?
same.
Same, okay, all right. And then moving to the, when I talked about select board candidates, gave 3 minutes each. It doesn't mention who the candidates were. I would note that three members applied for being appointed to the board, and they were Norm Goslin, Brian Dunsmore, and Nick Martin. And then it goes on to say Nick was nominated and accordingly was the selected person, and that's fine, but I think the three people should be mentioned.
okay.
And then under public comments, further down, I wanted to put in that there were a number of people that made public comments. It doesn't talk about that, but Anthony Gamage, Norm Goslin, Beth Dunsmore, Heather Grimm, Katie Driver, and Emily Johnson. I also point out that a point of order was raised when one person was making public comment, and that point of order was not acknowledged or dealt with, and just wanted to make that point.
Okay. Are we, so the motion is to accept the minutes with those changes?
Well, there's more changes.
Okay,
My name was spelled incorrectly on number 4. Down at the bottom, when I made the motion. I just had a question about number 8. Did Barbara accept?
He did.
Okay,
Came and
good.
signed her paperwork.
Okay, good.
okay. Do we have any other changes that folks would like to make?
I do as well.
Yeah.
Under board business, number 3, planning commission appointment, it said Nick Martin didn't vote. I did vote. And also number 7, fitness platform, just the space between is more grammar than anything. The Cheryl Letourneau and accept, just a space between the two. And then my last name on section or number 12, rather, just an N under for Nick Martin. And those are all.
Okay,
I note one other one.
no,
Good.
That was time of adjournment. I believe it was like 10 minutes after 9, but I'm not sure.
no, you're right, we were a little bit over. Shannon, what about you? You're not able to see you, so can't see if you're doing over things.
I know, why aren't I up? Not that I want to be.
I'm trying to be.
Please,
intentional, but
I
you're
do not want to be up there. But I'm glad you can hear me. No changes on my end.
All right,
Can you see what's on the board?
No.
Oh, so it looks, it's the agenda, it's the packet that's now on the.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, leave that up. Leave that up.
All right, do we have a second to make the changes to the agenda that were, to approve the agenda with changes that were mentioned?
I'll second
Changes to the minutes, okay.
The minutes.
for the minutes.
Yes,
Nick
Thank you.
seconded.
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Let's go over the warrants.
So here are actually.
New
here's an
warrants.
additional warrant.
Yep.
Here's the ones that need to be signed. So the additional warrant is for the payment that needs to go for Veners.
You had the opportunity to.
This one was today, or the additional one. The other one was okay. The additional one for Beamers was adjusted today, which is the next one down, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Everybody, you okay signing?
Yeah.
All right,
You say there's more than one warrant?
there is more than one.
Yeah, there was, another one was for retirement withholding. Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you.
I had a
I
pen.
move we approve.
It's
the
in your
warrant.
pocket.
No, that's a marker.
Oh.
I second that. Any comments?
Discussion, no.
We have a hand raised up.
Yep,
The copy of the warrant. What was the legal fees for this last pay period?
that is. Would that be in this?
Yeah, we have the budget right here.
Thank you. In the regular.
Ryan, do you mind repeating the question? I couldn't hear
He
you.
asked what the legal fees for the last period were, in particular, talking about, how much we paid the lawyers.
Thank you.
I don't see it in here.
Should be in here.
We may have paid it on the last one though.
I believe you did. I don't think it's in this warrant at all. I'm trying to log into there.
Yeah,
Paid on the last.
But it should,
Okay.
under
But-
budget
yeah.
status report, there should be a line number
actual.
report. It wouldn't be on the warrant, but it would tell us like
It's-
year to date, how much.
Yeah, it's under select board, Carl, is under 1705054500.
What page is that?
Under select was probably under page 3.
Legal expenses.
You see it there?
Yeah, top of page 3.
Yeah.
There
okay.
we
Just
go.
9,136. That would be for this quarter, for Q1, correct? Yeah, which is 20% of budget. So it is on budget.
All right, do we have any other questions about the warrants before we move to vote? Anybody online? All right, all in favor of approving the warrants?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so I will pass you. Here you go, this is, did you already have the
Mhm.
first? Oh, I'm gonna need that back then.
You'll get it.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
What are we looking at?
Oh, we're signing the,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just need to. Get one
You already
more of
signed that
those.
one.
yeah, and Carl's gonna do this one as well. Yes, sir.
All right,
You signed both?
looks like I was already there. The other sticker then.
Right there.
Oh, there we go. For a minute, I lost mine in the stack of paper. All right, so the warrant has been approved. Now we have time for any public comments, that any folks would like to make. I would just ask, some folks online have a little bit of a hard time hearing if you get up and speak from the back of the room. And so, if you can just get, if people are not able to hear you online, if you can just move a little closer to the owl, the thing with the mic right here, that will make it so folks online can engage and hear what you have to say. So if anybody who would like to make any public comments, you have 5 minutes in which you are free to regale us. Yeah.
At the last regular select board meeting on public
Right.
comments, you gave one council member the predetermined last option to speak, which to me is a violation of everybody else's right to speak, gives them preferential treatment. So I would rather people just speak when they want or wait till they think comments are done and then try and speak, but giving somebody the last option to speak to me is not a fair way to run.
Okay, I hear what you have to say. Do we have any other comments that folks would like to make? Yes, Betty.
I'm a little hesitant to say this, but this is my 4th meeting and I have some concerns. It appears to me that there's little discussion of items and that perhaps some members or all members of the board are meeting outside to make decisions on what is going to happen. And we're not getting the information that we need as taxpayers to get at the meetings. It just seems to me that you come in and here's a motion, here's a second, it's passed, let's go. And we're not hearing what are the pros and the cons of the issue. And as taxpayers, I think we have a right to hear the pros and cons of the issues.
Yes, of course.
I just wanted to thank you for making that comment. As the newest select board member, I can tell you it is extremely challenging trying to get up to speed while also coming here and making motions. You know, one of the things that I've done is being able to sit with Cheryl just to get brought up to speed with some of the stuff. But some of the stuff that they're making motions on now, I believe has been things that were brought up previously, correct? And I do believe before there's action made on certain items, that these go before the community, sometimes multiple times, correct?
Certainly with the policies.
Yes, yeah. So we try to make every possible opportunity to ensure the public has an opportunity to weigh in, while also making sure we're not keeping you guys here till midnight. That's the delicate balance of it. But I hear you loud and clear.
For some of us older people that don't rely 100% on the computer, that's not the easiest way to get the information.
Yeah, well, I think too, when a topic gets brought up, it would be excellent if there is additional concerns or comment to weigh in on that before we vote, because I believe we do open that up for comment.
Before we do a motion, I should be very intentional about making sure that I ask for questions or comments.
Sure.
Before we do a vote on a motion.
Okay.
Do we have any other comments that folks would like to make? And also, were folks online able to hear what Betty had to say?
Yes,
Okay,
I think, sorry, if anybody else has a question, they can go ahead, but I do have a comment. I think that another way that we can address this is, I believe that there was comment last time about Cheryl posting information so that the public can see. Perhaps not only can she post it online, but maybe she can have copies available to people if they stop by the office. Some documents that if they wanted to review, or, with the motion, with the notion that this document will change or it's under review, that if people want to see those things, that perhaps they can look at a copy, or have if somebody's having a hard time with the computer, then they could have a hard copy if they want to look over those things. Maybe that's something that we can do for people.
I think it's already, anybody who wants any public documents is able to let Cheryl know and swing by the town office, I believe.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Then Betty,
Uh,
maybe next time, when you see the agenda, if you have any questions, to stop by Cheryl, and we're all available by phone or email at any point. And I'd love for at some point there to be a directory for the town government officials and employees, so that everybody can have access to us, including, guys from the town garage or people at the fire department or wherever, library, that we are available for questions or just a chat.
Okay. Thank you. Good comment. Anybody else have any other good comments? Well, any comments? All right. Then let us move along into. I don't know if that's where we are. No, that is where we are. Any correspondence?
Yeah, there was a letter on your desk there. So you
Okay.
guys- I believe it was emailed to all of you also.
Would anybody like to read that?
Well, there's a couple letters, I believe, okay. One is from Christina Senna. And it has to do with the trails policy. And he makes a lot of good comments and thoughts in her correspondence there. So I don't know if we should cover it now or when we get under the trails policy.
Okay.
Did you want me to read it or what?
No, I think that, especially if it's a longer letter, a summary is appropriate. I only see the one letter. So this one was,
There's also one from the library trustees. It was sent to us personally.
and that will be addressed here this evening. All right. Do we have any other correspondence that to bring to the table? All right. Then let's move into our unfinished board business. And so let's start off with the 7 days paper and advertising. I spoke with a senior editor over at 7 days, and it was an interesting conversation, not a bad conversation, but what they shared with me is that they actually do have several municipalities that have them listed as their paper, but they don't print anything for them. They're just listed as sort of a default town paper for those municipalities. And in chatting with Amber and chatting with her, the folks over at 7 days, it seems like some municipalities do just set 7 days as their local paper to basically meet the legal requirement to set a town paper. But in doing so, the paper doesn't have any responsibility to print what is sent. And so in doing so, that I would have to assume that they know that they're not going to really get anything from that paper as far as making announcements to the community. And so that really is kind of all that they can offer us if they were to be our town paper. We can set them as our town paper, but they're not going to be sharing any news or announcements that we have with the community.
I think we have a question.
Yes, Suzanne.
I read 7 days and I know that they do post warnings for town in their paper, so I'm not really sure. I believe that what they were trying to tell you was for free, they will not post any of that stuff.
Okay,
But for money, they will. We pay the St. Albans Messenger to post our warnings.
okay.
And I'm not really sure how the online, because I never do online 7 days, if you pay for the online service also, or if that's included in the written copy, or if that's free. I don't know how the online part works. But we pay for for St. Albans Messenger now, and so.
So it sounds like the thing that I should be doing is calling back and seeing what the prices are.
Right, compared to St. Albans Messenger, and whether that includes them posting that same information online, or if they automatically post it online without the fee. I don't really know how that works.
Okay, well, then I will definitely follow that up. Yes, Tony?
Follow up on that. I have looked at 7 days and I agree, I do see those warnings in there, but it's never in any particular portion of the paper.
Mhm.
The paper is about that thick, so you have to go through every page, to find something. And if you go to the messenger, you go to the legal section, that's where it is.
They actually have started a legal.
And so.
I'm not gonna assume it has anything to do with my phone call.
The fourth one.
Okay,
I move we stay with the messenger and not add the 7 days to it. It seems, just like Tony's describing, it's rather complex to go through the entire paper to see the notices.
okay, before we take up that motion, Emily, you have a question?
So is the select board posting like official public notices in the St. Albans Messenger now, or just sending an email to them, and if St. Albans Messenger wants to attend, they attend? Because I know with like DRB and Planning Commission, every public notice was a paid notice, you got a proof. You know, they print Fridays and Tuesdays or something like that. So is that something the select board is now going to be doing, the official public notices, or is this a different kind of notice?
No, this would be for all public notices. And we would have, if we go with this, if we set these St. Albans Messenger as our town paper, we would be going through them and we would be paying them.
Right, and right now, because of the COVID, we don't have to post in a paper. It can be just on the website and the town office.
15 days before the meeting? There's statute for that, or is that just separate,
I personally don't know the answer to that question.
15 days, not for
not for select board?
There was a question there on the back.
Is the intent for this to not advertise in any other paper and force everybody to buy the 7 days?
It's free.
whatever.
7 days is free.
Yeah.
The intent is to, oh, sorry.
You're forcing people to read the 7 days who don't want to read the 7 days instead of the local paper.
Our intention really is just to try to find a way to save the town a little bit of money with a paper that people have access to anyways.
Free and you don't have to pay for it as a citizen.
So Carl, on your motion, Carl made a motion to continue on with the St. Albans Messenger as our town
And not
paper.
to pursue any further with any further information with 7 days.
Okay, does anybody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Shannon?
Yeah, I.
I will abstain just because I think that we have a little bit of time with the COVID policy. And I would not have minded checking to see if we could save the town a little bit of extra money.
And would we be able to review this at a later date? I think
We
by,
probably could.
yeah, I think by, voting now does not necessarily mean we couldn't revisit this at a later
Yeah.
time.
I don't see any reason why not. All right, the trails policy. we've received several, suggestions about changes that can be made to the trails policy. I don't know if they were incorporated into the printout that we have currently, but as we go through the policy, I would like to entertain those suggestions and we will incorporate them into the policy that we hopefully will vote on either this evening or when we are able to get all the changes made. And so as I enter us into discussion on the trails policy, I will also allow for the public to make comments. And then we can incorporate those ideas into the policy going forward. And so let's open up discussion on this trails policy. Do I need a motion in order to do that for policy? All right,
I make a motion that we assign this job to the Conservation Commission, that they come forward with something that they like, because most of the comments have been from members of the Conservation Committee. And I think we would have saved ourselves a lot of time and energy in publication of trails policy after trails policy by having the Conservation Commission come to us with what they want, because it's really something that they're requesting. I know very early on, let me make my motion first and then I'll.
well, you don't need to sell me, but by all means, make a motion.
Okay. I make a motion that we, instead of trying to do something with this tonight, we send it back to the Conservation Commission to come forward with their final product as far as they're concerned, and then we'll take a look at it and determine whether we okay it or not. Okay.
I second that.
Okay, any comments on the motion? Yes,
Brian.
Brian.
Dunmore. I just have one comment to start with. What prompted this?
the trails policy.
Yeah, did we have a trail policy before?
The previous board, I believe, started this. Carl, can you elaborate more on what prompted the trails policy?
Yeah, it was just something that was sort of dumped in my lap at one point, is what I recall. And quite frankly, at the time, I made the comment, I think, to Mr. Mink, who has been probably the most vocal on this trail policy, that it looked to me like it was to be difficult to draft a policy for all four of the trails we have, because each one seems to have certain different characteristics and desires of the abutting property owners and all that. So, so for whatever reason, we just kept on saying, okay, we're gonna work on it, we're gonna work on it. We got input and, you know, we do another version, and there'd still be people that thought it should be changed. So I think we should just leave it in the hands of the Conservation Commission, let them come to us with what they would like to see.
Wait, I'm just wondering, what has prompted this? Why did we have a trail policy before?
No.
I don't believe so. I
What has
probably,
prompted having the trail policy? That's all I'm asking.
Susanna, if you want to respond to that, then by all means, and then Tony.
I think it's the whole idea of the fence and the fact that the trail was closed off for business to use the trail and not available to the public. And their whole negotiating, trying to make that more available.
Were the folks online able to hear that response?
Yeah.
Tony, you have a comment?
In addition to that, I probably started it 20 years ago, trail number 1 behind my house. And the Fox Haven development went in, so there's one more butters there. And we have tried through the years numerous times, appealed to the select board, and we keep the motorized vehicles off of this trail. And the only answer we ever got was we can't do it. And every once in a while, we bring it up again, and here we have it again. There's been numerous people. This looks like more popular, but that's how it's going.
I think that Tony's right.
First off, Ryan, do you have any other follow-up questions based off of those responses?
I mean, it all depends on what you guys decide you're gonna do, because it will come up again if you send it back to the Conservation Commission. My comment is that, remember that all these trails are public property, okay? Anything that you decide you're gonna policy, usually put stipulations on public property. And that can have devastating effects on the residents of that town who pay taxes.
I think those are words of wisdom, definitely.
Yeah.
Suzanne,
So it's not going back to the Conservation Commission, just say, no, we haven't had it yet.
oh,
It is getting discussed of, it sounds like, do you want that to go through legal review before it comes back to you? That's my question.
Legal actually wrote this policy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that legal has already looked through it if I was,
At some point in time, but.
yeah,
if it
but it should be
changes,
reviewed again. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
okay.
That takes a while, so one, no, that's what we want.
It would seem that, legal should take a look at,
Carl.
Carl.
They're just, the one before us tonight, I know that, Ken Mink had been a strong proponent of saying it shouldn't be a policy, but an ordinance, and I was wondering which, you know, and one of our versions, it was changed to ordinance, so which is it now?
So the ordinance that he gave us for Westford was sent into the attorney.
Right.
And the attorney took that ordinance and wrote us up a policy.
Okay.
Then I met with Ken again and pretty much everything that is in red on the policy was suggestions made by Ken. So that he would like to see change.
Okay,
We have one more.
I saw, and I'm sorry, it's Heather, yes.
Should you, there's a bunch of people here regarding this particular topic. Instead of making them keep coming back, should you hear what they would like to see in it so that those changes could go to the conservation so that it doesn't keep rehashing and save money on legal fees and everything else?
And I
sounds
wonder
like
if we
we
could
can
actually
answer that,
even
that's
get
right.
some documented feedback route, so when things aren't getting lost in translation. We had someone actually
Yeah.
write us, which I think was excellent, because it gives us very actionable items. And if there's additions that each of you want, we would encourage that everybody submit those, hopefully in a timely manner, so we can get that, you know, everything brought to the commission to see if,
Should they submit it to us or the commission?
Anything that we've gotten already, we can send to the commission.
yeah,
And I would say anything that we get, we can also send to the
Yeah.
commission. Fred, and then Tony.
A couple things on this policy. One, in the policy, it says, you know, it has a whole permit process for a driveway using it, but it doesn't, and then it says you need a permit for maintenance and stuff, but it doesn't have anything in that, so that needs to be addressed. And two, if it's just the policy is enforceable, I mean, I think the whole purpose, or at least part of some of the purpose, one, I think part of it was driven by Town Highway 4 and part of it was driven by Town Highway 1, which Town Highway 1 for a period of time was being used as a mud bogging, you know, let's spin our wheels and, you know, create erosion and stuff, and then ends up in the river. And so if there isn't any teeth in this, what's the point of it? And if there's not a penalty, you know, if there's not a, you know, if you're mud bogging on this road, you know, purposely spinning it up, there needs to be some sort of signage or something, or else this is a whole waste of everybody's time. I mean, I think that's the point, is basically make sure people are respectfully using town property, and if they're not, then there's teeth to it. So I think it needs to be an ordinance, first of all. And second of all, I think it needs to have some enforceability so that, you know, if you have a recurrent person, you know, abusing it, you can slap them with a fine.
Okay, Tony,
On one of our earlier appeals, to keep the motor right here, is all. One of the answers came back, and I think it came through the attorneys, that it should be an ordinance, because that could be enforceable, and the state police wouldn't mind going down there and talk to these people. But, so there's some clarification on policy or versus ordinance, or
and Susanna, keep in mind, we're going to try to keep
Yeah,
the 5
I think
minutes.
it's your choice, whether it's a policy or an ordinance, not some other board, but the policy is just a general, this is how we like to have things done. An ordinance is something that can be enforced.
All right.
You can put fines in it, you can call somebody to come and stand behind that, it's a form of law, so.
All right, and so let's vote on the agenda that was made.
I think
I
we
mean, the
already,
motion that was made. No, we seconded the motion. We need a vote on it.
Okay.
And so this motion is to send the trails policy to the Conservation Commission to make changes, send that to legal and get it back to us. And so all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
All right,
oh, you didn't-
anybody? I chose to move us on because we have about 5 minutes, but by all means, please, Betty, feel free to make a comment.
The people that are online are not going to hear some of the situations and concerns of the people, nor will the Conservation Committee, because that probably won't be open to the public or well publicized. And we'll come back in exactly the same place again, and it needs to be done at an open meeting here.
Betty, I think that the idea was that we were gonna that people were gonna write in their questions and concerns, and that we would pass that along also, but that we would receive it and take that in and then pass it along also to the Conservation Commission, so that it maybe is a little bit more organized. And then once it comes back to us refined, then people can come again and
But,
ask questions.
sorry, Shannon, but
Yeah,
am I
that's okay.
mistaken to think that the conservation has open meetings?
Yeah, they do.
Every month, we're
Yep.
in the town hall at 7 o'clock. You
Yep.
are welcome to come and join us.
All right.
And they're not on Zoom. We are not on. Don't count on that.
All right, and so with that motion passing, sorry, Jamie, for stealing your agenda. Let's move on to the purchasing policy. I'm going to invite people to make any comments to any motions that are made. But let us enter into discussion about the purchasing policy as it currently stands. With the additions and reductions that were made. Do we have anybody who has anything that they would like to say from the board?
I do have one clarifying question. I wanted to know, Cheryl, if the versions before us also included the board suggested edits from the previous meeting. I believe Jamie had made a few edits, but I know I believe we have 3 versions here, correct?
So the latest one that I gave that sent back to everybody was the one that came from the suggestion of the attorneys.
Okay.
But the other ones do have you're talking about the credit card suggestions and
Yeah, and I went back and,
those should already be in here.
okay.
I move we approve the purchasing policy as submitted in this packet, which is the first one here, which with recommendations of our attorney dated 2/16/23.
Okay, would anybody like to second that? Gavin, would you like to second that?
No,
All right, it sounds like that motion has failed, but hold on to that. Let's just discuss this a little bit longer. So does anybody have any other questions that they have about the purchasing policy as it has been submitted to us?
I think we have to make a motion to get it to the point of discussion. That was the point of my making the motion to begin.
I don't know if we can make changes if we make a motion. If we make a
Sure, I mean,
motion.
you usually open it to discussion at that point, and then if.
I thought you do your minutes.
Okay, then,
I think,
let's make
sorry,
that.
I think that, sorry, from my understanding, Carl, it sounded like you wanted to pass the purchasing policy as it was presented us from February. And I think that we were interested in making changes. And I think that that's why I personally didn't second that, because I was interested in making changes on the February purchasing policy.
Well, my understanding is to move forward and get something on the floor, you make a motion. And then if it's seconded, you go to discussion, and in the discussion, you can change what's in what you're moving.
Okay.
And I do believe that Carl is
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So, I would ask him to make that motion again.
Sure, I stand
They did.
corrected. Yep.
And ask for a second. I will second.
Second.
And so let us enter into discussion, and any changes that want to be made can be made before we pass. All right, so,
So all in favor or what?
well,
Oh, okay, I'm
No,
sorry.
we need to
open
There
the
is a second,
discussion.
right?
we're opening discussion, yeah.
Yep.
And so do we have any comments on the purchasing policy? And I will open that up to everybody now.
Less question, more comment. I do think there is some areas that we do need to clean up some of the language. So it's a little more clear, just, from my perspective. I think we're close. But there just are,
I can't see what version you're working.
yeah, there is several before us right now.
Out at the same date though. They're just on-
I
Correct.
made comments on the 17th.
Yes.
Were they incorporated in your?
I would invite you to bring up those comments, and we can then, if they're not already incorporated, we can incorporate them.
Right, I
Because
did,
we did all review your comments.
So my first comment is on Article 2. My question is, why submit bids to the town administrator who forwards to, or not bids, but, requisition. Why submit to the town administrator who forwards to the town treasurer and then it goes to the select board? It just seems like a lot of steps.
And so would we like
Submit
to,
requisitions to the treasurer who can verify the money is there in the budget. And then issue a purchase order? I mean, why do all those other people need to be involved?
and so would we be okay incorporating the edits that Susanna made into, in the email that she sent us into Article 2?
I read through all of those and did think that they were logical and reasonable.
Yeah.
From a streamlining standpoint.
Betty, you have a question?
I
Or
believe
comment.
the three-step process has been put in place for many years in many towns because it helps to prevent embezzlement in the town if there are more people checking each other on it.
So are there checks and balances for all positions and departments? Are there any Zoom questions?
That's a good question.
There is, I'm gonna get that.
All right, I don't, well, I don't have a really good, I don't have an answer to that. Do anybody else? I can see the wisdom of what Betty is saying, but,
But this is just for a requisition, it's not,
Right.
we're not putting out bids for a big dollar, it's, the Conservation Commission needs to buy a post to put a sign on, and so they send it to the administrator, who sends it to the treasurer, who sends it to the select board, and then it goes back to the treasurer to get a purchase order issued. I mean, that seems like very complicated to buy a simple thing,
Mhm.
These are low dollar items, the money's coming out of the budget.
so actually, for that one, I might have an idea.
okay,
It was mentioned previously that, instead of the $1,000 or more require in this, we up that to like 2,500. So that helps with, like, for instance, the garage needs to purchase salt often, right? So they have to, send it to us each time they need salt, which I don't know if that's necessary. There are other, articles in here that prevent them from going over a budget, so they can't buy outside of the budget, so I think we should definitely up that number.
actually, I think I now have, I remember, I understand, I have a comment, a question, a response now to what Betty said. The ultimate decision on purchases does come to the select board. So what Susanna was proposing is, why do we have so many stages between the folks who ultimately need to okay the purchase And the folks who are making the first purchase. And so ultimately, I think what we are trying to make sure happens here is that the select board is aware of purchases that are made, and that purchases are not made without that information getting to the select board. Again, having said that, do you have anything? I feel like I detracted from what you were saying.
No, just, I know that it was kind of requested from the treasurer that though that value goes up, which will help probably streamline a lot of things.
Yeah. You have a question from online?
We have a couple actually.
All right, well, I want to make sure that I want to make sure I don't make the same mistake from last week.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna kind of echo what Jamie said. I think that it would eliminate the checks and balances if you go with the new edits, but if you have a dollar limit threshold for purchases that should be generally approved anyway, that would be great. I think going back to different purchases and like grant rating, there needs to be more checks and balances, because having just the department head or just the town administrator being able to okay that, we don't know what kind of sensitive information might be in any of those applications. And I think that the select board should be able to at least review it and say, this is legit or this isn't legit, you know, just the due diligence around all of it for those checks and balances.
Possible to get a microphone near her, you can't hear back here.
That's, I will admit, I was thinking about that problem from one direction. I wasn't thinking about the other.
Penny, we also have seats up here as well too. If you want to sit closer, you're welcome to.
Next online question.
I do old fashioned raising my hand, I'm sorry. Can, in Article 1, it says L1, is that really, it's supposed to be 1.1, was that caught as being needed to be changed? I know it's small, but you're gonna go through it.
Okay.
Just so you're aware, I do think the $1,000 is a little low with today's time. So if and I just wanted you to know the backstory of why I feel that way, is that if a nozzle breaks at a fire department or if a truck breaks, we may not have time to wait for the select board in 2 weeks to come and say, hey, my truck's down. So that's where my thought process is on that. In Article 11, the Article 3.2, I was wondering why about, it's the 4th sentence down, or emailed invitation and newspaper and advertisement. Do we have to do the advertisement, or can we save ourselves money and do the website, since the paper is just such a question of these days?
Right now with COVID, we can do just the website, but I don't know once that lifted in 24, if we have to go back to the paper, because it is costing us an arm and a leg for advertising right now.
I agree with you. Oh, just trying to call me.
Sorry. Go ahead.
And I just want to make sure, and I know it says it in there, but I don't want to get lost when it goes through the commercial of the property damage and everything, that when a COI is obtained and it's in there, but I would like to try to move it down as like an A, B, C, and D, that it says that they need to name the town of Georgia as an additional insured. So it just is in the pinpoint of the numbers below. And you said the debit card was there. The version online does not show that. So that's all taken care of. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was going to first just start off by saying I do agree with Amber and Jamie. I do feel that that amount is low in today's day, but I will say we do have something built into this policy currently in the event of emergencies, that people do have the authority to make purchases as long as they are notifying the select board with a written explanation within 1 business day. Obviously, the nature of those emergencies have to be some type of threat to, property or people, or the citizens, but we do have some things built into this policy to help protect us in those situations.
Do we have any other online questions or comments? I'm sorry, I don't have your name down. Jen,
Just a quick, kind of grammar thing. Whoever wrote this bounced back and forth between Roman numerals and regular numerals. So like when you go down to Article 3, they're trying to do Roman numerals and there should all be I's, but they're all number ones. And it's just wrong in a lot of places.
Oh, they did it for 2 as well.
yeah,
Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah. That
That
was
was-
the draft that I printed off what they sent me.
Any other comments, questions? All right, not see if we don't have any more comments or questions, I will move us to vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Sorry, sorry. I just have a question. Are we approving this with changes?
Oh, there's one other thing, actually. Sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Number 7. It looks like it was changed from the previous. And I personally think that
Oh, good.
all town employees should come to the select board for grants.
Just right here.
Okay, so Shannon, the
That's
question,
not seven.
the answer to your question is.
Oh, that's 12, sorry.
Want to incorporate
Can't
the
do math
changes, we
in
need to make
Roman
an
numerals.
amendment to the motion and vote on the amendment. And so does anybody, if we want to incorporate these changes, would anybody like to make an amendment to Carl's motion?
So we gotta change the motion.
It would be a motion to change the motion, yes. Robert's rules, fine.
Just vote it down. You just vote it down.
We could just vote it down. Yeah, well,
I
we'd have to vote it in again.
Vote the table.
Yeah.
We could vote the table, or we could vote to push it to the next meeting. So those are the options that we have available. We can make an amendment to the motion and pass the motion. We can fail the motion, and then we can put up forward a new motion. So let me ask if anybody would like to make an amendment first. Okay, not hearing anybody wanting to make an amendment. So let us vote on Carl's motion as it stands. All in favor of the motion to accept the purchasing policy as we currently have it here without edits.
Correct.
All right. I'm not hearing anybody in favor. All against.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So let us make a new motion. And would anybody like to make that, Carl?
I move that we assign this to the subcommittee, the finance and budget subcommittee, made up of Jamie and Nick, as we talked about tonight, and that they incorporate changes and bring it back to us at a time certain or a time in the future to approve.
All right.
I'll second that.
All right. Do we have any discussion?
After you're done, can you make sure it just gets posted to the website so that somebody can pull it and just look at it?
Absolutely.
That way-
Yes, of course.
that way you're-
And again, we want to bring this forward to the community as well too, to make sure any suggested changes that we make are addressing any concerns the community has.
Right.
Can we, in the future, for any policy, including this, have versions, so the first version, second version, third version, so we know what version you're talking about instead of edits, and we don't know what edits.
So, so I at work today, when it should have been working, but went in and found the original policy was in there. And then the corrected one or the lawyer one was on the front page, so I could kind of compare the two. So they are both there for now. I'm sure they'll stay there until we can make
Yeah,
edits and
the
then.
policy.
Right, but if one, the original should be version 1, the second one should be version 2. any
Your
further
point is a
edits-
distinct.
Sure, yep,
distinct
Just to clarify.
Naming
which one
conventions,
came-
yeah.
yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Put that in our motion, that this is coming back for the May 8th.
Yes. this
We
will be
want time, because we have one, I think, taking our time to get it right is important.
Yeah, okay, so what I'm hearing is that we are not pushing this back to the next meeting necessarily. We are giving it to you all so that you can make changes and then bring it to us when you are ready.
Correct.
Sure.
Yeah.
We're
have a
still
question,
in
Devin,
comments
sorry.
and Discussions. Yeah, anybody online?
Sorry, when you make these changes, can you have that policy not only go on the online, but also send it to department heads, please?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Thank you.
And if they have any input, we welcome it.
Okay,
Oh, we have another question. Chris, you
Hey,
got a
Jamie.
question?
Chris? That I was just responding, I was just echoing the name that Cheryl
Maybe
said.
not, maybe it was- Okay, Keith has a question.
Okay. Please feel free.
Sorry, I know Jamie mentioned it a minute ago about the dollar amount going potentially up from the 1,000 to the 2,500. I would kind of echo that, only on the fire department side. If I buy one nozzle, some of those nozzles are over $1,000. $2,500, like he said, is a pretty safe number for most of the pieces of equipment. And generally speaking, the nozzles, things like that, are figured into the current budget. That was my only comment, is I think the $2,500 number, in my mind, makes a little more sense, maybe not to everybody else, but pieces of fire equipment, easily one piece of fire equipment is, and it can be budgeted in our budget, is typically can be over $1,000. So basically every time I go to make a purchase of something that's in the budget, it very well could be, I have to do a purchase order anyway, but I have to go then get it approved in a couple of steps, you know what I mean? That type of thing, so.
No, I hear what you're saying. Even fire equipment is subject to inflation. Do we have any other comments from folks online?
Thanks, Keith.
All right, all in favor of sending this to, and what subcommittee again was that we were
Budget and
sending, the
Finance.
budget and finance
Finance
committee?
and budget.
Thank you. All in favor of sending the purchasing policy to the finance and budget committee to make changes and get, and submit this to the board at their, at when they feel that it is presentable.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that went faster than I thought it would.
I like, yeah, it's good. So private road.
Private road, private driveway policy action.
So this was posted to the website, right?
They all were.
I move we approve the town of Georgia private driveway policy, road and driveway policy that was presented to us by the planning commission March 28th, and then put up on the website so people could review it in case they happen to be building a driveway and want to know what their requirements may be.
Do we have a second for discussion?
I'll second.
All right, do we have any questions or comments? Yes, Brian.
There was some discussion, I think, last meeting on hammerheads and cul-de-sacs, and there was only an explanation of that the fire chief thought that would be better to have cul-de-sacs other than hammerheads. The town, Todd, the foreman for the garage, had commented that cul-de-sacs are terrible for plowing and that the hammerheads are much easier for that to do. And I had asked the question on what the reasoning for it was, and then was really given no reasoning on why, except that they just wanted it that way. And I just feel that maybe there should be something left in there where if there may be a resident of the town who's doing a project or anywhere, I don't know where it is, where a hammerhead makes more sense than a cul-de-sac. I mean, taking something away just because you want to take it away may not be the best thing to do, because it may not leave somebody the ability to do something that's perfectly fine down the road. But I would suggest maybe having it so that it goes to the DRB to be asked, you know, can we do this instead of this?
Okay, that,
More of just a comment that most new roads in town are private roads, so the town's not plowing them anyway. So that's something just to keep in mind with who's servicing the road, is most of them are, not all, but most new roads are private. Therefore, the town is not gonna be plowing them.
And this is a private road policy, so.
Oh, true. But the fire department still has to
Well,
get in
they're
there.
not
Yeah,
plowing.
yeah, right. That's a good point.
Yeah, Keith, you still there?
Hey Keith, are you still there?
Yeah, yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to unmute here. I'm not sure, I heard part of that, but so the we've run into numerous issues with hammerheads, and quite honestly, and that's where a lot of this stems from. Either they're not being taken care of, they're not being plowed out, they're being used to park vehicles. They're not, you know, big enough, so to speak, those type of things. We had a recent one where the hammerhead was asked to be part of one of the driveways on a development that was trying to occur. You can imagine how that's going to go, type of thing. So the hammerhead, typically to keep water and stuff at fires, you need to keep trucks in motion, and turning around, backing around, one, it's more dangerous, and two, that's assuming that they can get turned around, whereas the hammerhead allows the trucks to stay in motion, type of thing, and not have to back around. So
Meaning the cul-de-sac, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
You meant the cul-de-sac, not the hammerhead, right?
Correct. The cul-de-sacs allow the trucks to stay in motion, whereas the hammerheads do not. And also the safety side of it, trucks backing in tight spaces is definitely not as safe either.
Yeah, Brian.
Zoning tells you how big your hammerhead has to be as per the requirements from, you know, the fire chief and the zoning regulations, and whether or not you can make that as part of your driveway, which I don't believe you can. And I'm not, Keith, totally not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that there may be instances that a hammerhead may be the only thing that somebody can use on their land reasonably instead of a cul-de-sac, and to take that away from a town resident who has that land, I think is an injustice.
Not like a safety issue though, so that's jeopardizing.
So
safety.
maybe, did that change? I guess I'm not 100% sure if that changed, because I haven't seen the update because it wasn't sent
Well,
to me.
with all due respect, I get the feeling that the board probably has heard your opinions. And so do we have any other comments or questions in regards to this? Maybe that do not have to do with hammerheads or cul-de-sac?
Well,
No offense.
It does have to do with cul-de-sac. When I was talking to Todd, he was saying that his understanding was cul-de-sac was not gonna have an island, so it was just gonna be a big, basically round circle of impervious surface. Is that true? Is the way is it defined in this?
Yeah.
So does that create how you navigate it? If you've just got a basically big round parking lot that you go whichever way you want, then get people parked up in the middle, just like a hammerhead? I question if that alleviates any problem if you're not having a flow of traffic, around it. I mean,
How do you get people to not use it like a drive?
I don't believe that was ever specified. I don't have a problem with there being an island in the middle of it. It's the idea of being able to circle around is the bigger issue. And I haven't, there was in the previous, and maybe this changed and I'm not aware of it, there was the ability to put in for a request for a hammerhead, but the standard would be a cul-de-sac. I don't know if that changed or not.
That is in the current language, and the new language took that out because everyone put in a request. We were building no cul-de-sac.
Okay.
Correct. That is
And
true.
so
That numerous
we've
of
had 5
them.
minutes. Sorry, Keith. Members of the board, both present and online, the motion is to approve the driveway, the paved roads and driveway policy as is. If we want to make any changes, again, we can make an amendment Or we can fail the motion and make a different one. So, would anybody like to make any amendments?
Susanna?
Can I just say that all the road policies are gonna get reviewed? And this is part of all the road policies, so you could accept this, see how it works. And later in the year, when we get to all the road policies, if it's not working and you think you need to change it, we'll have an opportunity there.
All right,
Or you could leave it alone and do the same thing.
There are a lot of changes in it, not just the total that.
No, here.
all in favor?
This is my motion.
Your motion.
Okay, we talked so much about it. Okay. Yeah. Aye.
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 Shannon?
Sorry, we are voting to keep it as is without any changes.
Yes.
Okay,
With the
That's-
understanding that we have the ability at a later date to review. Correct?
okay.
Susanna?
Yeah, there's more coming.
Okay, great. I just want to state this. I believe I said the exact same thing last meeting. I want to state, as a mother and as a person representing people and families in this town, I want to make sure that I am looking out for people who are coming in and buying new houses and making sure that those houses are as safe as possible, which includes the fire department's ability to come in a case of emergency and to do their job properly. And that doesn't include worrying about, and actually I'm going to stop there. So that's my that's my main point. And I wanted to state that just for clarification. So I will agree to pass this with the point of, it is my intention at some point to make sure that the fire department has an equal say in this.
Okay,
As what?
an equal say.
Say.
All right, so the policy passes. The fitness platform, Nick, you wanted to lead us into this.
Sure. Cheryl, I don't know if you want to bring that up, and I don't know how easily we can make this viewable for, obviously for the community here, but also for people
You
online.
should be able to see it,
They
as long as
should-
it's in the Zoom.
Okay, perfect. So Cheryl brought forward a month ago a great idea about the ability to bring something to our community, the idea of having a central area for fitness. We love the idea, but obviously wanted to get some general feedback from the community. We also thought it was only right that we investigated the options further and not just focus on just one option, but rather looking at various options, just like we would treat a bid process, right? We want to do our checks and balances to make sure any money that we're spending, regardless if it's money that we've raised, money that's been donated to us, or money that's coming out of our funds, that is done so responsibly. So obviously everyone is aware of the first option. If you want to move to the next slide, that was brought forward last month, which was the MVP Healthcare National Fitness Campaign. The cost to the town after the grant was going to be ranging from about $130,000 to $170,000. And it did require a large hard surface, which was likely concrete. And then it was made up of various exercises, leveraging body weight for resistance. And then it was paired with the Fitness Core app. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to look at this from a like small, medium, large purchase option, right? So the general purpose behind this was just to have a central location for the community, specifically at Georgia Beach, but that can be discussed as well. To have a location for fitness. Obviously, the clear benefit is having outdoor equipment was, it's going to obviously directly impact people's health for the positive, and also help build relationships. And then the opportunity here, for the entire community is to enjoy readily available and easily accessible equipment for all ages and abilities.
Oh, sorry, Nick, it seems like somebody can't see.
Can you help her?
Sorry, calling an IT guy.
He should be able to share that with them.
presentation or this is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go click on the share screen.
Yep.
It's on two different devices. Yeah, so you need to put this up on this computer.
We can also share it with the public as well too.
What do you log into here? Can you open your email on that computer?
Can I do it on this one?
You should be able.
This is on the ring.
It's on a flash drive. But it's also an email as well, but yeah, you can
Right,
easily,
where's
you can eject that,
properly ejected?
properly eject that.
Over here.
Hang in there, guys. We're getting it for you.
Yep, so stop sharing.
Well, is she gonna?
Can I just interrupt and say that the town Zoom is muted? There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can see you all now.
Great. So if you want to scroll down a couple more slides. You can show them what similar equipment looks like there if they wanted to see it.
That's the Colorado one.
Correct. So this would be an example of what it would look like if you're using rubberized mulch. Basically, it's very similar to a playground. All of those pieces of equipment are actually set in concrete below ground. So you don't have to worry about them getting picked up and moved or anything like that. Very sturdy equipment. There's many communities around the US that are doing this. And then if you scroll down to the next slide, you can actually look at the actual signs there. So that was kind of the general idea regarding the signs. There's a few examples of how people are using signboards to highlight the community members that either donated to the project or chipped in. But then how do you fund it? So for this particular option, you know, again, this is just a high level idea. Roughly 63 family members and or businesses, if they donated $500, and I know that sounds like a lot, but that would be 100% funded for this particular option. We obviously do have additional options. I know that Cheryl talked about as well, that there were some proposed donors that might be willing to donate, which I think is great. If we didn't have that option, this at least gives us an opportunity at a fairly low cost to be able to have people participate. My wife and I would be more than happy. We were one of the people that said we would be happy to sign on. Every year when we do our taxes, we donate at least $500 or $600. There's a tax write-off for it. That's why I just came up with the number of 500, easy round number. And it's manageable for families and businesses to be able to take part in this for our community. Now, when I looked at outdoor fitness, I noticed they've been in business 20 years. They've had excellent reviews. And when the pandemic hit, the reviews started getting bad. So the first thing I dug into was what happened. So it turns out when the pandemic happened, their manufacturing shut down. So for 3 years, they couldn't put out any orders. So when I spoke with them, I said, okay, well, obviously this would be for a community, a town. And they basically had said that because it would be a town purchasing this, all we would have to do is submit a purchase order. They would ship the equipment. When the equipment arrives, then payment could be made. So at least that satisfied my reservations about using them, just because I know a lot of businesses have been hit with the pandemic and I understand the manufacturing side. So that seemed to satisfy, at least for me, my concerns, but we're happy to talk about that. And then lastly, the labor costs. If you want to scroll down a couple. Yep, no. Right there. So this solution, unlike the one from MVP Healthcare, requires installation. So this does not include installation, that price. But I saw this as an opportunity for our community. So our town seal says working together on it. And I think it's something that this community could absolutely use, is an opportunity to come together, regardless of which option that we choose. If there's an opportunity or an event that we could create where we get volunteers from around the community, hopefully some with trades backgrounds that can set the concrete, 'cause I don't know how to do that. But to have everyone come together and do a project like this, I think would be really great. Obviously, liability wise, everyone would have to sign a volunteer liability waiver. Most communities have one. I have access to a few that our attorney can look at. So, you know, just an idea. I also looked at an alternative solution as well too, what I consider the mid-range. And that was option number 2 from Greenfields Outdoor Fitness. Very similar type setup, which is right there. This option is significantly more. It's roughly about $80,000. The equipment does have a longer shelf life as far as the warranty is concerned. It also would require installation. So again, very similar setup. It would require the community to come together. But then again, we would have to look at the funding, because again, you couldn't just get 63 families, you know, doing $500. It would require a larger investment. But at a high level, I wanted to at least provide the community 3 clear options. We have one at roughly about $30,000 to $35,000, one in the $80,000 range, and then one in the $130,000 to $170,000 range, all of which I think are great ideas and offers our community a great opportunity.
Can we just add into that the first one was not a scam?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So the MVP healthcare one is absolutely not a scam. This is one that has been around the US, many communities. I did look at most of the communities that have gone with that are larger communities, roughly a population of about, 50,000. I think the smallest one was about 20,000 that did it. Yes, the second party that they're working with, MVP Healthcare, did have some negative feedback regarding a company that they were dealing with out in California. That's all I could find for information, but it is a legitimate company. The city of Burlington moved forward with an AARP type solution, very similar to MVP Healthcare. And they had done a solution down on the waterfront and in the new North End.
Which is on the bike path, right?
Which is on the bike path, yes.
Emily,
So what department would be responsible for maintenance, maintaining whatever option? Go with an option. Would it be?
I mean, yeah, I think that would have to be open for discussion if we move forward with this. I think this.
Technician, do we have to hire to come
So
in?
when I looked at the actual maintenance, and again, I can't speak for the first option that was brought forward, but I think Cheryl does have a really good idea of how that's maintained. When I spoke with both companies, there's very little maintenance that these require. Once a year, you're going out and checking the nuts and the bolts to make sure that they're not rusted, that everything is moving freely. And then as far as the ground is concerned, because it's playground material, and I recommended the recycled rubberized mulch, that's very low maintenance. Basically set it and forget it, or you can do a poured rubberized pad. And then again, that is good to go. So there's not a whole lot of maintenance.
Sometimes things just don't want to work. So
Correct.
that-
Yes,
In the
I
back
think
there.
that is important.
I'm sorry, I don't have your name.
So I have a park and recreation background. I was head of St. Albans Town Parks and Recreation for 4 years. I do agree, as far as the maintenance goes of the actual machine, they, on the manufacturer standpoint, there is not a lot of, for say, maintenance.
Mhm.
But from a public background, one of the checklists that we had to do daily was go around to anything that had nuts, bolts and everything, check for sabotage, because that happens all the time. And as the manager of the Parks and Recreation, I can tell you, once a week, we're finding 1 or 2 things as far as whether it was a swing set or something like that, that kids messed with and made dangerous. So that's something you have to go think about going forward. If you're gonna have something like this, that it's not gonna have to be checked once a year. It's gonna have to be checked quite frequently to make sure somebody's not sabotaging it to hurt somebody.
Sure.
The other thing I kind of want to touch on, and I see it from neighboring communities, is that I'm all for fitness. I think it's a great thing, but have you done any studying as far as talking to neighboring communities that have put in, not per se this type of system, but fitness, commodities as far as like Burlington put some on their bike path in New North End. Are people using it? And was it a good use of space as far as in spending the money into doing it? For me, I see it put in the town of St. Albans, and I go through there a lot, even when I was the manager of the parks. I didn't see people using it. It's a great thing to have, but people were not using it. And if people have to travel to Georgia Beach, I go by there daily. Unless there's an actual event going on, there's not usually anybody there.
Mhm.
So is this gonna be a good use of money to invest in?
I think those are all valid points. Absolutely. As a community of less than 5,000 people, that was one of the reasons I wanted to spearhead just looking at some additional options, just because I knew it was a really big investment of 130 to 170, and we are a relatively small community. So the general feedback that I got from community members is they liked the idea. But again, the idea, right? We don't have to be sold on this particular solution. It seemed like people liked the idea of having a common place that they could go to, that they didn't have to travel all the way to St. Albans or Burlington. But something more right sized for our community, maybe.
Also, and you touched on funding, getting donations is a wonderful thing, but what if you only got half the donations? Then where does the rest come into?
Absolutely. Well, I don't think we would make any purchases until we had the funding.
All right,
From solely donations.
so I know,
You have another question.
oh, okay, yeah, back there,
Fall under the rec department. Director,
it could,
if it's speaking to fitness and bringing community together.
yeah,
Exactly what that position would be.
Carl,
Yeah, I think that was our thinking. It would probably come under the rec department, but my comment was, maybe I was out of the room for a moment, but which of these options has less moving parts? I guess that's my question, especially along the lines of what this gentleman just talked about there.
By far, the first option that Cheryl brought forward. There's literally no moving parts except, rings. So there's no physical equipment with that solution. If you actually want to pull that first slide,
So when we did.
Yeah, that was,
hearing,
click there.
that was my understanding.
There you go.
It had the fewest moving parts.
it did. It comes
From a
with the
maintenance
highest
standpoint,
cost, but the fewest moving parts, and that was roughly 130 to 170. Again, the general feedback that I was getting was it was a lot of money for a small town. Which is why I just felt, and that's it right there.
so,
That don't look like 100.
oh, definitely, we want, let's entertain some questions from the folks online.
Well, Dale just wondered how it held up in the climate, and I know this one, there's a lot of them in New York, there's some in Maine, and they've all held up.
Yeah.
very well,
Pennsylvania,
so-
a lot of.
Yeah, this company's out of Colorado that does the other equipment and they hold up really well. We have some on the waterfront here, and in the new north end.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so Betty, let's have entertain your question. This is an action item, so we'll decide what action it is we're gonna be taking. Betty,
My concern is how much would it really be used unless you had assigned activity with both members in the family, adults in the family working nowadays. Are you gonna put streetlights down there where it is? What you gonna do? I mean, the cost could go on for a fair amount of time. And even after school, if you've got small children, you're probably very involved with them and their activities, or ought to be if you aren't.
So yeah, so it's all great. One of the things that I noticed right off the bat was that the MVP one mentioned a high foot traffic area, right? And you had mentioned that, the Georgia Beach isn't really that, and then after a certain amount of time at night, like they close the gate and nobody's going down there anyway. So, it would be all in that discussion about, where are we gonna put it, like that will benefit the town most. Stuff like that, somewhere with lights maybe, right? Add lights to it so that people can use it whenever they need to.
And with the low cost of, you go to St. Albans to the fitness place and the shopping center, and the low cost, you're inside and it's the same weather every day.
Right.
It's not.
And to be clear, we do not have to move forward on anything. All I wanted to do was to complement
Right.
Cheryl's idea
Yep.
with some options. So everyone had some options to review.
Heather, I do see your hand, but I would like to kind of move us along in the agenda. It does sound like you have something, you're quick.
So the last meeting that we had, I believe Cheryl misunderstood what you guys said. Did you have approval from the select board to look into that last one?
This select board, I did not.
The
Previous
last
select
select
board,
board,
yes,
you
I
did.
actually had board
So you
members that were
didn't
on this.
violate any kind of purchase, thank you.
So I mean, and this is just me being the guy that I am. So per the policy, it asked, was it signed? Did you have us, did they sign it? Like, I'm just asking,
Did they
like,
sign it? No, because then we went in between boards.
okay,
So, but no, I did have some of the board members working on this with you, watching videos, getting information.
Sure.
So it wasn't done. No, this board did not have a board.
All right,
Just to follow up to Jamie's comment there, and I don't know this for a fact, but I mean, other people do write grants in this town, and I don't recall ever seeing a request to put in a grant come before me when I was on the select board.
Sure.
uh,
Oh, well, that's what I wanted to know. So you
that
say
does
that's
sound,
incorrect.
it does sound like you have some
Would come
important
before,
information. to
who would
add
it
there.
come before, Emily?
It was for the grant to, it's not related to this, I'll keep it very brief, grant for rewriting the town plan. It's brought up to the last board, because there was a town match. Sent multiple communications to the previous select board, got no response, so.
Okay.
Because I couldn't spend that money.
So it's right, so it's an
It's
idea.
in the minutes.
It's-
That it was approved, minus the scenic views, okay? Anyway, that's not the issue. I was. talking
Right, right,
about.
so
I was talking about somebody else.
just the idea is like us as a new board coming in, like, we're obviously gonna try to do our due diligence and see everything we can see everywhere. And things stick out, right? So it was just a question, wanted to be sure that we're doing the right thing on behalf of the town, honestly,
Yes, but
like,
there was nothing done behind anybody's back.
sure, and I would
It
never
was
assume that.
Well
Yeah,
intentioned.
yeah.
The goal was to, yes, the goal was to give something for the community.
Good, because this, right now, this is an action item. The
Right.
reason it's an action item, we need to essentially accept the option number one to receive the grant, if I'm right. So, or could you fill us in on that, Cheryl? I don't know what the
Well,
timeline is.
So if we, it depends on which direction you wanna go. I mean, we can make an action item to, you know, pursue other options and maybe attempt for this grant further down the road if they still have the money. We haven't, we're not obligated to anything. But if they still have the money towards the end of the year and we still wanna go with that, we may not get all the funding. But we could get some of it if we want to go option one. If we want to look at the other two options, do we want to see what we can raise for money? Do we want to get more input on how we think this is going to be used? So I mean, we can just put it all to just a discussion item and not make any motions to do anything until, and just, if the money is there for the first one, we accept it. I just tell the company that at this time, we're not signing.
So I agree with you, Carl. I do believe that this is a action item, but I do think that we have several actions that we can take. We can choose to pursue one of these purchases.
No, I'm
We can
fine with
also-
that. I wasn't trying to make.
We can also choose to put this before the community and let them have an opportunity to see the options and get back in touch with us. I think that we have several actions that we could take if we wanted to.
I think
I like the idea.
absolutely, it definitely needs more discussion.
Yeah.
Carl?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, this would be a great project for our new rec director slash grant writer to take on, you know. Our problem is we seem to be spinning our wheels on moving forward on the rec director slash grant writer at this point in time. And that is the position that was approved by our voters in our town budget. And so obviously an action item later, an item later on the agenda is a concern to me that we're trying to rewrite the job description for that person at this point in time. But anyway, that's not what's before us right at the moment. I just think this is a great opportunity for that person. Once we brought that person on, because right now we're not getting anywhere. So I guess I would move that we, this has been a discussion item up to this point.
Right.
And that we, bring it back for further discussion, at a future meeting. But if we're not obligated to make a decision tonight, I don't think we should.
So I did read that once the grant is offered, right, like the money is there, like we can do it next year or.
If we want to commit to it, if we want to sign
Okay.
something tonight and commit.
Okay, so I think we
If
should,
Raise our funding, then we don't have to go, we
Right,
can't. But
right.
if we just want to say we're gonna put this on hold and not commit to anything. And go back in a few months and look at it again and
Sure.
see what funding is there.
Mhm.
We can do that. We may not get 50,000, we may
Right.
get 20,000, we may get 30, we may not get anything. It depends on who else is out there.
right, I definitely think having more community input
I
and,
agree.
you know.
All right, so do I have a motion that anybody would like to put forward? It sounds like we would like to either put this, I'm trying to think of the right terminology.
Put this
because I keep
before
on
the
saying,
community. All right,
Put
further
this before the
discussion.
community or push this back to a later agenda date.
I move we put this back on the agenda at the second meeting in May.
Okay, anybody want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unfinished business number 6, trash on Arrowhead Lake. I don't know what those abbreviations are for. It is an action item.
What abbreviations?
Lake Road and Falco Road. There we go.
So this is 104A, right?
Well, we're at Arrowhead Road and Falco Road.
Right.
Yeah.
Right there, so. So we've had a lot of trash dumpings in there, and we've had a lot of the neighbors that are picking up the trash and kind of disposing of it at their cost.
Hmm.
So I've been working with VSP, Milton Keating. We're trying to get this. I also worked with, Philo. They're now trying to, they're trying to build this like camera out of a battery backup that you can have as a camera that can be moved, that towns can rent. So they're in the process of doing that, so that's an option that we could always have if the other ones don't work. But what I'm looking for tonight is the approval from the board. The neighbors had asked that if they pick up the trash, if we would at least give them a dumpster to put the trash in, being that they're picking it up. So I spoke to Todd, and we didn't know that the dumpster at the beach is not used during the winter time or until the beach is open, and normally we don't fill it. Can they put that trash that they pick up from that location?
The beach is usually closed though in the winter time, right?
Yeah.
We'd have to move the dumpster so that they would have that, because it's gonna be on an automatic gate,
Sure.
so they would be able to get in and out.
I think I am definitely interested in this idea because I have also picked up garbage from there and it is so gross, including dead animals. My question though is how we monitor who is putting garbage in the dumpster.
So a suggestion of that is that for that, I would say if we're gonna do that, then we would probably want to put the dumpster at town garage.
Yeah. Oh, that's a
We'd
good
still
idea.
have to have one at the beach for summer for,
Well,
parking.
Wouldn't we just move it back to the beach once it was done? Once the beach opened up again?
The town garage now have a dumpster already?
They do not,
No, they use Casella or something like
yeah,
that.
they just have the totes. Everybody else. But it would be a matter of if we did moving the dumpster back and forth, we'd still have to have them put it in for the summer. You know, they would still have to
Move
put
it.
trash in there. I know it's a locked dumpster. I don't know if we would want to do like a combination or a code or give them a key.
And my question, second question is this is a temporary solution?
Well,
Yeah.
Well, so we can find out. This has been something that's ongoing for years.
For years.
Right.
Yeah.
They're just doing their due diligence and picking the stuff up. I think we should be able to.
Mhm.
It's on, and they're dumping it on town property, correct?
yes, side of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's like, and it's right next to the river in some
Yeah,
parts.
we have an obligation, I feel, to the community to help in any way we can to remediate any littering and garbage, especially from getting into our waterways. But then also trying to work with Philo to see, I do know there was a game camera put there, but it was stolen.
Yeah.
So, okay, so apparently the individual.
Yeah, that is.
So can I have a motion then to move forward on this trash policy?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to work with the Lake Arrowhead Road, Falco Road community to put a trash receptacle in place for the purpose of disposing of litter and garbage on town property.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
All right, any discussion?
So I think we need to kind of hash out the details of
Correct.
how we're gonna do that. Yeah.
Correct.
Heather, I saw you in the back there and then Fred.
I know it sounds really gross, and I don't know what this trash is. Is it like bags of trash? Has anybody seen if they have mail in it?
Yeah, I think people have gone through it pretty extensively. I mean, the things that
Who's doing it?
Right.
No, it's.
no, there's no way to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody with the police went through it and there was nothing that said who it was. It was,
Multiple times it's been animal carcass.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be just the deer getting hit in the road,
Well,
but.
I picked up a coyote. Sorry, this is so gross. I mean, and it was, yeah.
Fred?
that's down there.
Well, I applaud them for picking up, and I don't want to discourage cleaning up the roadside and stuff. What about different areas in town that have the same problem, like Bradley Hill and stuff? If we're doing it for one area, we ought to come up with a system that's townwide that is fixing problems of high dumping, or,
Yeah.
maybe have a thing where town residents can, come to get a, specific permit, to dump roadside garbage that they picked up. any time
Specific
of the year,
bags.
In bad spots, instead of just this one area of town.
Let's,
Oh,
sorry,
sorry.
I was gonna,
You have
Sorry.
a response.
I was-
Feel free to respond, Shannon, and then. Betty.
I was just gonna say that maybe we'll start with this one and then we can address other areas in the town. I do agree with you, Fred. But let's just focus on this. And then we can see how this works and then we can focus on other areas as well.
Like that idea, though.
Yeah, Betty.
I have a concern, having worked in the system that had a trash can, that when people weren't around, people decided that would be a good place to put their trash, so they didn't have to pay, to get it taken away. And how are you gonna control people just going and sticking their trash in there so they don't deal with it? You don't
Yeah.
have cameras and stuff.
So
It could be a Pandora's box that could get even worse than it is.
So I think honestly, with the right planning, like, I know, green up bags are green, right? So, if we could find a system of a bag that we can give people that have a permit or whatever, and the trash receptacle being near one of our buildings that has cameras, right? That would obviously kind of deter, and if somebody did try, then we would be getting, their vehicle information or face or whatever there may be. Obviously, we would want to get in depth and discuss it and make sure like everything is covered so that people just don't do whatever they want.
To address your question as well, Betty,
My car, I want the town truck to pick it up.
So do we have any questions online? Oh, I guess I can see it.
Yeah, now you can see it.
Carl, you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, just follow up on that. I know that it is a concern where people put a container to satisfy a lot of people to dump trash, that it becomes a magnet for everybody to dump their trash. And I guess what I would suggest, it seems that these people that are bringing this to our attention are very dedicated people that pick up a lot of this trash. Their big problem is they don't want to pay for it.
Mhm.
And I don't blame them for that. So I guess what I'd suggest is we set up a system where this would be a locked container and only certain people would have access
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
the lot. And that way we could even address Fred's concern, because somebody in a different area of town that comes to us and we give them a permit to have a key for that container. In fact, I'd put it probably a place that's a little more convenient than the town beach. I'd maybe put it down by the bridge there, what's it called?
I
Over
think-
the
But we
river.
wouldn't have cameras down there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we could put
We
it,
have cameras at the beach. So we
Okay.
can see
I
that.
So
take-
one
I
more
take that
question,
back.
Heather?
So somebody just brought it up, doesn't want to talk about it. If you do the bags, like you said, why can't you bring them to the Georgia recycling place? Why do they have to go all the way down to Georgia Beach?
We don't take.
well, because you can put any garbage in the green bag.
Georgia's trash, why won't they take it?
Well, I think that would be, so we already have a contract with Casella, right? So we would probably use
Yeah.
Casella dumpster instead of taking it to NWSWD. Did I say that right? NWSW, yes, I did.
yes, you did.
Yeah. So we would be actually probably saving money if we didn't take individual bags at $3 or $4 a pop, to them.
So I think the motion is,
patience,
Nick, you
Myers.
made it, has a little bit of wiggle room for us to
Yeah.
work with the folks to set up a system.
So with that, and I know we're gonna vote on this, but I think this should be, could you reach out to I don't recall their names, but just let them know that we're discussing it and like we're formulating a plan.
I talked to them today and I said I would let them know.
Okay, good.
She's
Okay.
on
All
it.
right,
Okay.
so, the motion was made to work with the folks over at Arrowhead Lake Road and Falco Road on this trash issue, all in favor?
Just-
Aye.
Carl?
If I could, just before you vote, I know Mr. Gamache was here complaining about the Plains Road, I think, your road.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think we should include those people that have made comments as well, okay,
Right.
Yeah, I
Definitely all
remember he was
encompassing.
asking for a sign, but,
okay.
yeah, so all in favor of Arrowhead Lake and Falco Road?
Aye.
All right, sounds like it's unanimous. Public Utility Commission, Pia's Solar Field. This looks like it's a discussion. Do we have a presentation?
So they just, once reading through the document, the town wanted to, they could appeal this decision. But it's just, the town had already granted them
But what are they asking for from the town?
nothing, they just.
Keeping
this
us
is just
apprised of the
information coming
situation.
To the town, if the town wanted to appeal
Okay,
the decision of the state being lifted.
Yeah.
The state, but the town had already given them permission.
Yeah.
Back when.
so do we need a motion?
So why was it
No, it's
stayed?
just for informational
Okay.
purposes.
All right, you all feel informed? No?
No.
Okay.
Well, I have a question. Why was it halted? Why was it stopped? What, like, is there's no cost to the town, right? Okay, so my question is, it seems like this happened a while back. Why did that happen?
Having read through this document, okay, it's apparent that what happened, they have a solar field already.
Sure.
Okay, a smaller one. They're proposing to build a larger one. And when they went to the commission, the rate wasn't yet set, the way I understood it. One of the power producers, or I can't remember which one it was, yeah, objected to the rate that they were gonna be given. Okay, so they then said, well, let's divide, we'll have a separate meter for the second field. And the second meter will be paid at a lower rate than the first field. In other words, they'll get less money, okay? And their concern right now is that because of the delays and everything going forward, that this is, I forget the proper term, but it's a petition essentially to say, let's move forward. We think we've solved the problem with the person that brought the complaint
Sure.
about the rate, and let's go forward with this. So I think they've done a good job of explaining it in the document, and I would certainly move to endorse them going forward.
All right. Any other questions from the board? Gavin?
Nope.
All right, then I think we are informed. Let's move on to new board business. We'll try to keep public comments to 5 minutes. Our first order item of business is our junk ordinance.
So now, the next two ordinance, they're just there for, if you guys have had a chance to look at them. I just need to know whether the town chooses, to these items before we can go to the public with public notices and all of that.
It's like 45 days for an ordinance or
There's
something like
44
that.
days that they have to, appeal the decision of the town. 44 days, yeah. So I just, if you guys have looked through them and found that they were okay. The motor vehicle one, it was just a matter of just having to add missing streets. So that is,
Yes.
I've gone through with Todd, and Doug also, and we've added what was missing. So that one's more a matter of just updating it. And if that one's chosen, then I can place it in 5 places in town, get it published in the paper. And then we can actually fully adopt it after 44 days.
So do we need to do this on those two ordinances you're saying,
Yeah, on both of them.
both of them?
So I actually have a question. On the solid waste and outdoor storage of junk vehicles. I did read it and I'm just curious, and I understand the definition of what was it? The enforcement officer, but who's really gonna do that?
That was my question as well. And I think,
You can make your enforcement officer somebody from the state police, a Milton police officer, a select board member, the town constable. You choose, when you go to enforce something, you say, yearly enforcement officer.
And do we have to have just one?
Well, no.
Okay.
Every time it can change.
Sure, okay, I was just curious because like, I know that there's been issues in the past, right? Like, I think it was tabled because there was no way to enforce the junk ordinance. And just recently, the fire warden was having issues with, getting help with unruly people in town. So that was something that just piqued my interest there.
And it will probably be the same.
Of course,
So I mean, we have 4 officers for the PSP for Franklin County.
exactly.
So they all give us,
So, I mean, it's curious. I know that we have a few people in town that are certified officers. So, maybe extending an olive branch to one of them who might be okay with, I don't want to call it moonlighting, but being that person that can just be there. Or be
Well,
where,
that comes with a salary. If you're planning on paying them, then that comes to a budget issue.
well, that's a second question. Like, do these people get paid? Like, so I don't know if that's, in the budget, like, or if it was in the town report for that specific position, but things to think about. I have no issue moving this forward, other than those questions.
I think we have a community question.
Is that online or am I,
No.
so, Fred,
So the junk ordinance one, I would think our current coverage from, whatever you could assign, because the junk ordinance would be like an emergency thing, like a fire permit or something, where somebody's burning off hours. I would think that'd be like, okay, they've had junk there for whatever time. During the hours we have somebody here patrolling, part of their duty can be go, pick a time and go with whoever's in charge of, whatever to enforce and give their permit or, violation. My second question would be on the motor vehicle one. Is that regarding speed limits and stuff, or is that a different policy?
So this is so.
It has all the speed limits listed
It's
in the,
enforced that, so if you get, if
okay,
you're writing a ticket, you go to court, being we have an ordinance and it lists our streets, that will be. up.
So that's gonna, because I know Georgia Shore Road at one time, the speeding ordinance said, it's this to the dirt road, so I mean.
This one says the same thing.
We don't have any dirt Georgia Shore Road anymore.
No, so this one is,
Oh, it was crossed out.
from Rock Maple Drive north to the St. Albans line at 35 miles an hour. From Rock Maple Drive south to 2201 Georgia Shore Road is 25 miles.
Yeah, so it's incorrect.
Yeah.
my understanding was, we need this so that they can issue tickets really.
Yeah.
Okay. And have some correct teeth when they go to court.
Susanna,
Susanna, and then I saw you there, Betty.
I can't find this ordinance online. There's nothing called motor vehicle and traffic regulation. There is one called speed limit ordinance, but I'm not sure if that's the same one.
I couldn't find it online either. I had to get it out of our policy book there.
So you could have added it so people could read it.
can we, yeah,
It's not, it should be under the right-hand side.
I have searched for it with search and I have looked under ordinances and that's not here on the,
Is this it sounds to me like this is a time sensitive, well, maybe not too.
well, we have to push it out for the 40 days.
the idea is
We
to
just
do
need
the
to have you
ordinances
approve it.
together so that you
Okay,
do the process together.
And one last question for, I think it's for Susanna, because you were part of this, right? Does this help resolve our problem at the campground?
It wasn't written specifically to target anybody. You're talking about the junk ordinance,
Okay,
right? Are you talking about?
yes, absolutely.
So it's not written specifically towards anybody, but we've had a lot of people contact the town saying, what can I do about my neighbor? And without some kind of ordinance in place.
Sure. Okay,
all right. We just need to approve.
Betty calls the question.
Oh, sorry, Betty, I'm sorry, I forgot.
This is kind of a ticklish thing, but one person's treasure is somebody else's junk. So, and my experience with junk, I know some people keep more stuff than they should around their place, but if they're gonna junk something, they take it to somebody else's road or someplace and they dump it. You find the tires on the side of the road and the stuff like that.
Well, I think this enforces Betty, like if somebody's got a lot of junk vehicles in their yard, because they're allowed only so many unregistered
Wasn't there a
vehicles.
state law on the number of vehicles?
Yeah, so and as this, you know, lots of other debris that probably
And
shouldn't
it's
be
really
there.
focused on what you see from the
Right.
road, not,
Right.
you know, if you've got a
Principal
fence
values,
or
all
you've
that
got a
stuff.
hedge and you can't see it, then it's not a problem. Or if you put it in the backyard and you can't see it behind your house, that's fine.
Right, and I think they call it a screen, right, in the ordinance, yeah, it screens all of your worldly treasures from the road.
So. Evan, are we approving them tonight or just moving them forward in the process?
It sounds to me like we are moving them forward in a process, but that takes our approval.
Okay, so what's the actual language and
I don't have this as an
It
action.
says I need approval of by majority of total membership of the select board on this date in order to go forward.
On this date?
Yeah.
Okay. I move we approve these two ordinances so they can go forward for public comment and over a 45-day period or what have you.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
Any further discussion, Brad?
So I assume they'll be put on like the other policies we're just recently. And if we have any policies in the file that we don't have on the website, can they be added? Because you said this was.
Yeah, so we're finding all this stuff as we're building the new website stuff. We're finding things that should be there that aren't there, and so we're working on that.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There we go.
I just wanted to point out one thing, it says junk ordinance, but it's definitely.
It seems like it's both junk and motor vehicle.
Well, there's two different,
Two separate ones.
Title, that's not the
Yeah.
title.
right,
Okay,
oh, okay. We're good,
so we did motor vehicle as well there, didn't we?
Correct.
yep.
So,
All encompassed.
do we have any items that we feel that we should move up on the agenda before we, move on?
I'd like to move up the select board clerk action.
Okay, do we have a second for that?
What's the motion?
Shannon would like to move up the select board clerk action. I think that,
What is,
it's to approve this, it's to approve the select board clerk. So. We have a second for that motion.
I'll second,
All right, do we have any discussion?
I'm not quite sure what we're doing here.
This is to hire a select board clerk. And Shannon would like to just do that now.
Well, I thought the issue was that there had been a suggestion that do we hire an individual as a select board clerk, or do we consolidate that job?
So this would be a motion to move to hiring the job before discussing the issue. So basically, this is what I understand is this. If we approve this, we will talk about hiring the candidate. And that will negate us having to discuss alternatives. If we don't approve this, we'll discuss alternatives and then we'll see whether or not we want to hire a candidate. Does that make sense?
Well, the one before, item 9 was select board, well, I'm sorry, discussion on contract mergers. I thought that was to talk about two possible changes to duty positions that would, in one case, negate the hiring of a select board clerk and to possibly change the treasurer position as far as full or part-time. And that's what I understood. You put this on there as.
That's the reason why it
discussion on
is arranged the way it is.
Excuse me?
That is the reason it was arranged the way it is. So.
So why are we going to the select board where we have
Okay.
that? prior
Can
discussion?
I
Yeah.
amend my request is to
Yeah.
move both number 8 and 9 up to discussion right now?
Okay, so, do we have a second for that?
8 and 9? Well, I'd say 8, 9, and 10, okay, because you can't discuss the one without the other.
Okay,
Okay, I was kind of hoping that we would move the stormwater thing up, but, all right.
Well, I'm happy if we move the stormwater thing up, if that's what you'd like to do. okay?
I was
We
hoping that
have
we
two
could
members
get
of
to
the
these two
board
folks right
here, I
here.
know.
Yeah. Are you okay with that, Shannon?
yeah, that's fine.
All right, so,
Yeah.
let's, would we kindly vote down Shannon's motion just for the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all in favor of Shannon's motion?
I mean, no, I'm
No.
down, okay.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay, okay. And would somebody be willing to make a motion to move the stormwater
I'll make a
motion up to the present? Would anybody second that?
Second.
All in favor?
I,
Aye, all
Aye.
right, thank you. Sorry about that. And so let's discuss the
So
current
Carl.
state of our, yep, Carl.
All right, I know it has my name on here, because I was the one that went to the meeting with these two gentlemen here, and thank you, I thought you had a nice meeting. And you have a nice community in there, both of you, so it's very good. And so what the status is, the way I understand it, we had a meeting with some state officials, I forget their name right now, but went through, you know, essentially where we stood and what some of the next steps are. These associations have spent at least $5,000 on this plan up to date, excuse me,
9,000.
9,000, okay. So, and this is because they're being very cooperative in the process that the 3-acre rule dictates. And so they've been asking that the town obviously move forward with their review of this 3-acre rule, and that we as a town and some of these associations work together to solve this issue on runoff stormwater issues, all right? So there's two that have been prepared by our attorney, stormwater system management for Forest Glen, and the other, Hidden Woods, okay? And there's another one for Sherwood Forest, but right now, these two gentlemen are here from the first one I mentioned. And so right now, my understanding is that we received this from our attorney to review, but also it was sent to your attorney that now has that. And what we're waiting for is to get that back to our attorney.
Well,
That's where I understand it to be right at the moment, but correct me if I'm wrong.
So I put the corrections forward to your attorney
Yeah,
at this point, so we're waiting to hear from your attorney on whether that language will be accepted. And I would imagine it would be accepted by the attorney, it'd be accepted by the board.
Right, and he was hoping to
Right.
have something back by today, but before the meeting.
so we didn't unfortunately see us out here, and we're not gonna get an answer tonight
Well-
probably, but
There's still the component of the notice of intent as well.
right.
So,
Now, my understanding from both of you was that you're not interested in signing the notification of intent until there is some underlying thought that we're in agreement on. What's that?
the other way around, we've already signed our notices. of intent.
Okay, but we
The
need,
town has not signed the notice of intent because they wanted this agreement in place first.
correct, okay,
And
so,
we're not, we didn't accept the language as it was. It absolves the town of any financial responsibility for the portion of the permit that falls under the town's purview.
mhm,
So if the town, if we signed the agreement the way it was, the town wouldn't have any financial responsibility for the portion that they're under the permit for at the stage.
mhm,
So all we're asking for is the town accept within the agreement as written,
mhm,
but with the modifications I put forth was that the town cover their portion, which is about 30% of the 3 acres,
mhm,
and they'll be on the hook for our pieces.
mhm,
So it's just split equally.
mhm.
The way the agreement was written is the town only wanted to accept responsibility for regular maintenance, and that's kind of, outlined in the agreement, what regular maintenance is versus upgrade.
mhm.
the upgrade is where the cost is. The regular maintenance each year is
But
negligible.
we don't know what the upgrade is, or do
We
we?
don't have the information on the upgrade yet.
Right.
We understand that it could be upwards of $30,000 just to do the design work for the Agency of Natural Resources to tell us what that upgrade.
In other words, 30,000 just to find out what you have to do.
Correct.
But there are grants available from the Agency of Natural Resources. If we can move quickly enough on this, we'll be eligible for some of those dollars. So they're gonna get used up fairly quickly by
Right.
the
Okay,
stormwater permits.
so time is of the essence for us to get back to our
Yeah.
attorney and get this resolved and,
If the board wants to have this agreement in place before they sign the notice of intent,
Right.
then yes, it's of essence that we've got basically a month left because June 5th, I think, was the deadline for the permit for the ANR.
and
What I had
and for us,
suggested at the meeting though was the notice of intent. I'm not a lawyer.
It's probably not
Yeah.
binding.
The agent, the permit exists as it is, so regardless of whether we sign the maintenance agreement or not. The town's still obligated under the ANR and under the permit as it's written today to do whatever needs to be done.
Mhm.
So
So what we have to do is find out why our attorney is saying we want this agreement in place before we sign the notice of intent. Correct, okay, that's really the issue, so, and I don't have that answer for you tonight. I haven't spoken to the attorney.
And
Okay,
our attorney is reviewing it as well.
I'm sorry.
Our attorney is reviewing it as well.
Good.
So hopefully, the two minds will be able to get together in a reasonable fashion.
Now, were you still gonna go ahead with the inspection?
that's almost a separate issue, so the annual inspection piece.
Right,
yeah.
so then you still gonna do that, 'cause I know.
Yeah, we have to proceed with that, yes.
It wasn't, it's been brought up that it's you don't have to have a professional inspect it, you can just do it yourself. I know, wasn't that great?
Yeah,
That was actually good news for one.
right. Check off a couple boxes. and-
Yeah, all right. So it was a worthwhile meeting, but that's it. We found out something. Okay.
All right.
So I don't have anything more to report because I really need to find out what we found out from our attorneys. So
Okay.
I'm sorry you had to wait here so long to hear that.
That's okay.
Well, I would also, thank you again. I'd like to also move us forward with items that have people that are waiting to be heard. So could I get a motion to move us to number 6, library board member to speak to the board? And probably also move up to number, what is it? No, just like number 6, just number 6.
One
Nice.
word or two.
Oh, you're also the library.
Library.
Okay.
I second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and, Jamie probably would have been in favor, but, technically abstains for understandable reasons. So, yes, please.
Okay, great. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Bob Giroux. I'm the treasurer for the library board. And I have 2 budget items I'd like to discuss with you tonight. First would be the 2023 budget appropriation from the town to the library. And then the second one would be 2023 and ongoing library bookkeeping and accounting services provided by the town. So I wanted to kick it off with the appropriation. Last fall, when developing the 2023 budget, the select board told the library to build a 2023 budget with a 5% increase over 2022. We were a little reluctant to do that because we just got beaten to death by the high rate of inflation and the impact it was having on our budget. But which, you know, was much higher than a 5% increase, but nevertheless, the GPL board developed a budget with a 5% increase. And you can see that on page 67 of the annual report, 2022 annual report. While developing the 2023 budget, the select board also said, as we were in the meeting, you know, why do we, you know, run utilities and other expenses through the library budget? Why doesn't that just get assumed by the full town? And then they could manage all the utilities within the town under one place. And that was discussed, but it wasn't decided upon until we found out later on it was, but we weren't privy to that. We didn't know that was going to happen. So if you look on page 4 of the annual report,
it shows a budget of $131,460. And the problem is that that doesn't reflect the 5% increase that we were granted. I did hand out something in front of you that you had, just a quick analysis of what happened. When you look at the 2022 library budget, it was for $148,000. With a 5% increase, that would make it at $155,400. But then you had to, because the select board at the last minute pulled out utilities and other expenses, those totaled $20,070. So when you take the GPL budget of a 5% increase back off the $20,770, we should have a net budget of $135,330. However, when you go to the appropriations page or appropriations page at 40, where the library's budget's listed, the appropriation for the town is $131,450, which means there is a budget shortfall essentially of $3,870. So the ask by the library board is to be made whole by that $3,800. And because it will be, it'll be tough to manage this through. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but to the library it is.
Okay. Carl,
What's the treasurer's response to this? Has she figured out what happened there? In other words, it would seem that it was maybe a math error or
Well,
whatever.
that's what I'm guessing. I mean, I did bring this up I met with Cheryl and the former chair just before town meeting day, when the annual report came out, and that's when I was able to analyze what had happened. And I think there was an admission that a mistake was made with the math. But there was also a feeling that it was small enough that it could be corrected through staff attrition. You know, that we have some.
I see that Amber unmuted herself. Does she have something that she would like to say?
Sorry. So the number that was put in the budget is what I had, excuse me, if I could spit out my words, what I was provided. They did pull all utilities out of all lines were pulled, so it's in one central area. That is correct. I know that I spoke with Bob Drew as well. And we're on the same page as such, but I don't know how with a voter approved budget, how we can move forward.
And I did speak to Doug again tonight, try to get clarity on this. And Doug said part of that was pulled out when we had to find $150,000 in the budget on the last minute, before the budget got put in. It was an error that $150,000 was left out. So we had to then cut $150,000 from the budget. So that was in a meeting with Carl and Don and Doug, where they had to make up $150,000 to try to keep the budget. So certain things got cut.
And I think it was just sort of across the board cut in some of the appropriations, and the board, the library board was, the back parts of my brain said we did cut $3,000. I don't remember this exact amount,
No.
but it was $3,000. It was cut from the appropriation when we were trying to find $150,000 in the overall
I am a
budget.
little upset that I'm just finding out about this now.
I
Thought I would have heard before town meeting.
Yeah, I actually have a question to follow up on that. Were all department heads of any departments where budgets were cut, were they properly notified at the time that those changes were made? Just because, again, this is a budget that they're putting together, they need to abide by. Was there any formal written or verbal notification that you're aware of?
Not to my knowledge. Doug said he thinks he's got it in his notes.
Yeah, we need a formal
So-
notification.
My question is, do we have $3,870 something dollars that is earmarked for any positions that are currently unfilled?
That's a Amber.
It's an Amber question, but
Amber, you there?
Sorry. Click,
Do we have-
clicking.
do-
So I'm
do
sure
we-
that you can find money elsewhere within things, for sure. A budget is, the voters do vote on a bottom line, not a line by line item, so. And as a part of the purchasing policy, you do have the right to make a budget amendment. So that is up to you. On where you want to pull that from. If you want to give me just a second, do you want me to make a recommendation or do you want to just?
It sounds to me like there are options and we could possibly bump this to, sorry, Jamie and Nick, but we could possibly bump it to you all
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
settle.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Say again, I'm sorry.
We could bump this to, our budget
In finance.
dudes. To have them work for the library to, make a you said it was an amendment, Amber?
Yes, it's a budget amendment. So you'd be
You-
pulling something from one line item. I've never seen that done in my whole tenure, but we can certainly
Well,
take a peek at it.
we like doing new stuff.
Well, I want to add something to this. I think, I don't want this to rear its ugly head again.
Mhm.
Because clearly there was some steps that needed to take place to ensure that the budget was able to fit. I think we should probably, in addition to this, also understand what are other areas that may have been cut.
Thank you. I was gonna say that.
to
Thank
achieve-
you.
To achieve that, ideal number. Because of the $150,000 shortfall.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to change the budget like 3 times.
Yeah.
36 hours.
Yeah, we may need to rely on Doug and other members of the board or Carl.
Of the previous board.
Yeah,
To figure out what exactly we're dealing with. Okay.
So if I could just ask Amber a question, you say you've never seen us do this in the years you've been there?
To
We
do an
must have had to made some line item changes or pull from one line item and put to another one in the past. Is that what you're talking about? And we
I'm
have
saying
never
we've
done that?
We've never specifically said on, say, a highway budget, say if it's 500,000, that we made it $505,000. If a line item needs to be overspent, we've overspent it because of actual, so it's transparent to the voters. But I've never seen an amendment to say that you're gonna move that $5,000 from the highway budget and put it into the library budget.
So if they overspent their budget, then it would by $3,800.
As
Yeah,
long
but
as
it
there's
is-
not,
They had the 3,800. In other words, they thought they had the full 135. So. So how would we do it? I guess we're just gonna say that we overspent.
Fred, then Betty.
I'm
I
sorry.
would think before you start giving money to the library, just to have it in a budget, you wait until near the end of the budget, if they can't make, if they have some valid reason why they need the 3,800. Over something in the highway department or something else, because if you're moving money now and saying they can spend the money. And then you run up short somewhere else where you shouldn't have given the money, I would think it'd be more. Wise to save and say, why did you run over money? Is it something we want to appropriate money to because you overspent? Or, or you're, up against the wall and that 3,800 would have done that, rather than just, it sounds like everywhere got cut 150,000, so. If you go on the guys that they lost 3,800 for this 150,000, then every other department probably is gonna come back and say, well, we were understanding we were shorted our money too.
yeah, I think we need to look at this situation as a whole.
Yeah.
And address it properly.
Betty?
I agree with Fred, and when we passed the budget, we passed it according to the figures that you had in the book. And we didn't have a town meeting so that we could discuss the budget and decide whether it would be different. I would say everybody needs to stay within the budget, and then if there are things that come up, we don't plow as much, there's a little extra money there, then it could go to the ones that got shortchanged. Because it appears like you've got more than one department that's been shortchanged.
Okay. And so, yeah.
I'm curious, did I hear that when they did the library budget, they asked them to give them a 5% increase too? Was that part of the? what I asked?
That was the ask and.
Did you give a 5% increase?
Correct. that time.
So it sounds like,
Yep. Devin,
Oh,
if we
yes.
could, just other appropriations were cut as well. I mean, I know like, well, I was a former member of Northwest Counseling and Support Services, and we used to give appropriation of money to them. I believe we cut that one 100%. So, you know, the library wasn't the only one that was cut. So I guess I wanted to make sure we're aware of that. Okay, so.
all right, so it sounds like the motion that I'm hearing bubbling up here is that we will ask our budget committee to explore options and figure out exactly where we are currently with our budget. Am I hearing that correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Would somebody like to make a motion to that case?
I move that we bring this library issue of a budget shortfall to the Finance and Budget Committee for them to take a look at it, see if it can be resolved, or if we just carry it to the end of the year and realize there may be an overage there and overspend there, and that we okay, I guess that's it.
Okay, all right. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Anybody online? Oh, I can see now. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Question?
was there anybody online who had a question? I do see a little, no, that's.
Yeah, click on the more.
There we go, chat. Other budgets were cut, but we were able to up some town employee salaries. Oh, that has been, okay, that comment has been made. And so back to the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, sorry, Nick, Jamie,
Don't
more
worry.
for you all.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
I just have one more item. if I
Yes.
may. Okay, so it has to deal with appropriation accounting. Page 40 of the 2022 annual report shows the appropriations awarded to certain social service nonprofit agencies. The GPL is included in that section, even though we're not a nonprofit. And we are a department of the town of Georgia. But in talking with Amber, she has a hangup because that appropriation list has traditionally only been accounted for on a gross number basis. So the full amount of the appropriation, for example, for the library, no, let me back up something else. So Carl's suggestion about NCSS, the full appropriation would have shown up there, money would go to NCSS, they would do the accounting, explain how it's spent, and then report back to the town. And so in this case, that doesn't work for the library because we don't have a finance section. We don't have our own bookkeeping. We don't have our own payroll. We don't have our own accounting services. The library has always relied on the town to do that on our behalf. Right now, actually, you know, when you look at the warrants, there are some expenses in there from the library. So when you're already doing the warrant process for the library, we're built into the town's payroll system. So our employees are getting their checks from the payroll system. So we would ask that the town clarify Georgia Public Library's relationship with the town. And we're asking the select board to affirm that bookkeeping, financial accounting, and reporting be done on behalf of the GPL by the town of Georgia.
Okay, Carl?
So can we ask Amber, is there a way that we can do that within Limbic or whatever it's called, the system?
Limerick. Yep.
Limerick, okay.
We should, I met with Bob last week. I said I could be had either way, leave it alone or spread it out. It does make their life easier. It is more transparent to the voters if you do separate it. But it made sense because the previous select board went that way because that you only have say on their bottom line. So I'm not in favor either way, but there is certainly a way, Carl, of taking that number and and sitting down with Bob and spreading out their appropriation line by line to match what's there.
Amber, would that be something that we could ask you to do with Bob and then present back to the board?
I could absolutely put that into NEMRIC.
Okay.
So we'd still be looking at their bottom line, I mean, the appropriation.
Right.
But if we
Correct.
track where they are in that
Yes.
appropriation.
Yeah, it would break it down.
Get financial reports.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right
So
now
how
we're
often
not
would you
getting-
get that, on a quarterly basis or monthly basis?
Monthly.
Monthly?
All right, so it sounds like we could just make a motion to make ask Amber to make that change.
I move, we ask Amber to using Limerick to give the library a monthly accounting of their expenses, including payroll.
And revenues.
And, well,
Yeah,
okay,
you can work with Amber just to get the details. I second.
All right, any questions, comments?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Amber.
Thanks, Amber.
Jamie did.
I had to think for a second. I'm like, did I? Totally did.
I technically could too, but for some reason.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
I noticed Camp Rainbow is on here, so we,
you want to take care of that?
well, I think we should, because they probably need to know whether we're gonna waive the fee, okay?
All right, let's do that.
Speaking of events, yeah.
The motion would be to move up Camp Rainbow, because technically the emergency management plan is before that. Does anybody be willing to make that motion?
I move, we waive the beach fee for Camp Rainbow, the beach pavilion charge.
Okay, just do it. Okay, do we have a second?
I second that.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Emergency management, I guess we should do that, because I said
That's due by, yeah, it's due by the first.
all right, so the emergency management action plan, emergency management plan, which is an action.
So I'm updating our yearly emergency plan with all the contact names and numbers. We've gotten through a good portion of it, and I worked with Todd to go over it. He gave me a little bit of information this evening. So I still have a few others that need to be updated, but we would like to have this signed and back to them by May 1st. So I didn't know if the board would approve the management with the corrections and then have Devin stop in the office and sign off on it before the 1st of May.
Can this be updated before, so we have it at our, well,
Our next
Yeah.
meeting would be May 8th.
right,
So I mean, most of it is in red, you'll see, I mean, where I've crossed out and made corrections, I just actually have to get on the site and actually physically make corrections there. We've got to call a couple more daycares to see, I think we have one more that's actually daycare that we had to call, and I got to update the fire chiefs in a few of the towns.
so you need a motion for what?
Just to approve this and then have Devin sign it with the corrections. For May.
Right. I move we approve the town management plan, realizing there'll be some more corrections to it. And authorize Devin to sign it before May 1st.
Do we have a second for that motion?
I second that.
Any discussion?
Emergency management plan, not town management. plan?
It's the emergency management plan, yeah. Any other discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We did stormwater, security camera, are there any items that you feel that people would like to move up so that we have time to do that before 9? My suggestion would be to move up discussion on numbers 8 and 9.
Now, Devin, that 9 o'clock, does that include our executive session?
We would have to vote to
We
extend.
would have to vote to extend.
Right, we do have executive session.
Yeah.
I guess I would move that we go, do we have executive session items? We have.
If
Well, we
we,
have one other than if we discuss 8 and 9.
if we choose to, approve to offer somebody a contract, then we will need to schedule an executive session. I don't know if we need to do it tonight. But we will need to schedule an executive session to discuss the details of that contract.
I think that we should do it tonight if we do, just to keep it in a timely manner.
All right. So do we have a motion to move up either number 8 or 9 in our agenda?
I think we'd have to move 10 as well.
We could.
I think, didn't we already move those up?
We did.
Did we?
Yeah.
did.
I think we failed that motion.
I think we failed that motion.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry.
I would bring up 14 because we do need a fire warden. I think we need.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we need to do that tonight.
We talked about that?
A joint meeting?
Yeah, if you added it to your agenda.
Oh, yeah, what was the?
So let's just keep going and we'll vote if we need to extend.
Okay, let's do that then. So next is security cameras at the library discussion. Do we have, I'm not the best person to open this discussion, but we have received complaints about the library security cameras and who has access to them. So does any that were recently installed at the library, and were the security cameras also installed in other?
Yeah, none of this is, security cameras are up and running yet. The
Yeah.
issue with the library camera was the one in the front door.
Okay. And so the discussion is how do we want to use these security cameras? Who's going to have access to them? It goes even as far as some folks have asked us to take them down.
Can I say a statement? Sorry, before we get into discussion. I feel perhaps like other community members that I'm kind of in the dark about the plan with the security cameras. And I have recently been given some information, but what I'm requesting is for all information to be posted publicly so that people can weigh in. I understand that there was a contract in place, but there was no public input. And there was, what I cannot find is evidence of public discussion of exactly what was going to be put in. So I would love the ability for people to review the contract and what is going to be put in. And I would also request that when the cameras are up and running, that we appoint 1 or 2 people from the select board, possibly the people, on personnel, or Jamie and Nick or whoever to be the sole people to see the camera. I'm a little worried about the lack of information and the lack of transparency on how this played out. So those are my requests about before we even start the discussion about who is able to see the tape in real time or recall the information, and any and all information about the plan for the cameras and the security systems.
So those were all discussed at select board meetings, Shannon.
I know,
So
I was looking so hard. I looked through all of the select board meetings.
they were discussed with the department heads, the public works director went around to all the sites. He met with actually all the people on the cameras to see where they were going. He actually would like more cameras at the garage, according to him. He requested more. So yeah, so they're out there. It was discussed. The contracts are signed. The money has been paid to the cameras. So I'm not sure how much input and that would change things right now as it was a discussion for security of all the buildings.
Got a question. I think we've got some else as well.
Yes, so from Amber's,
Keith.
Keith,
It's Keith. So as a department head, I wasn't asked about cameras. I was told that there's like 2 going at the fire station. Which I think one's in the community room and one's, I'm not sure where else. Fire station currently has cameras in place, which are a different system. It's a system we put in years ago. So there wasn't any, not all the department heads, I guess, had input, I guess is my point on this.
Right.
So
You
I'm not even 100% sure. I was told there was 2. I don't even know if that's correct, but I
So
had
there-
no input on.
we spoke with Todd, and I believe Doug did talk with you, and you said that there was a system already in here. I know you and I had mentioned it. And there, I mean, you already have the system in here, so we did not go because we talked about building onto your system with this new one. And I think Doug talked to you about it again the other day regarding adding systems onto this system here.
He said we couldn't add systems onto ours and that they were adding 2 cameras was what he told me. There really wasn't any discussion as far as me having input as to what was occurring at the fire station. So I'm not against cameras. We already had them in place, but I can see why there might be complaints on it because, from department heads. I wasn't one of the department heads that made a complaint, but I can certainly see where that may be coming from, type of thing.
Yeah, 'cause Todd would have been the ones that came over here with them to look at it.
Okay, but Todd's not the department head for the fire department. He's the public works head. I know he's the building rep, but it would have been nice to be included in that discussion as the department head for the fire station. And again, I'm not worried about having cameras there. It just, we could have discussed what our system's capable of, which really never occurred, and that type of thing. So.
Yeah, I think what, thank you, Keith, very much. And I think what I'm hearing is that the department heads want to feel informed, which I absolutely hear. And I think what we now need to do is make sure that from this point forward, we have discussions with all department heads, and all locations that are involved. Something that I immediately thought of, we've got to create a process for how and when and why we access these cameras with a log. It has to be actionable, right? There has to be an event or a reason that we have access. There has to be a certain number of people that do have access for the purpose of just not only being transparent, but to ensure that everyone feels good about the fact that we're putting cameras in place at every one of these properties for the sole purpose of protecting the town's assets. And that's how I see it and view it now. And I want to make sure that our department heads and employees of the town feel good about that.
And
So,
the department heads were met with. I mean, I'm
Sure.
not sure what happened with Keith.
yeah,
Department heads were met with.
yeah, absolutely. And we just want to continue to.
Everybody is on.
Yeah, we just want to continue to provide, again, that was a previous board, this board moving forward wants to make sure we have those same conversations again, make sure people feel good about it, feel confident that we're putting these in place for safety, for liability.
Yeah, and with that, when we heard the uproar and limited access, I think was the best thing at the moment,
Yeah.
And it's going to be live access.
No,
Yeah.
of course.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
as an incident,
exactly.
if needed.
Sure,
yeah.
Nobody has time to. sit
No, I
and
know.
watch video if you're
No,
not
of course,
on.
nobody,
That's just not
and we
what-
understand, we're just,
I don't
as
think
a,
anyone thought. that.
as a whole,
Yeah,
there's a lot of things that goes into this, Todd's in charge of his area. Maybe Bridget is in charge of the library. With my understanding of how these security systems work, they each can have access to their own buildings and go from there. If something, and in the middle of getting to that process, limited access for everybody, you know, and having like, let's say, like what Shannon said, Nick and I to go through the process, learn the application, you know, work with Philo to, you know, understand the system. And once we start getting something in, I mean, it's actually like number 11, but once we get the idea of how we want to proceed forward, you know, we can create that process and, you know, just so everybody feels secure, everybody feels like they're not safe and happy, and, you know, that's what we really want for the town.
I was gonna say, you know, you mentioned process. That says to me that it should be a policy.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you want each department head to have, or building owner to have their access to their, because I mean, say there's a. I would think that would put a kind of a ability to. Like here, I mean, if the fire department had access here to any meeting here, he could access and view if it was.
Well, so it would be, what would end up happening is if it's a modern system, which we don't know yet, it would be like a read access only. So they wouldn't be able to alter anything. They wouldn't be able to change anything. You know, and this is a public meeting, right? So if you wanted to go back and watch this, then it's fine. Right. Of course. And we run into that at the town office, right? Like, because there's a camera in there as well.
So my thought would be you limit it, and then if he had a reason, or any department. had a
Actionable,
reason,
yes.
They would go and request it from the select board. and-
Yeah.
Mhm.
instead of
Yeah.
having-
Yeah, and that's the idea of, you know, restricting access to the point where, you know, we can get that process in place, you know, because there was a lot of people who were saying they just didn't want them or whatever the case. And we want to take that seriously. And, you know, and that, like I said, it's number 11 on here, like point of contact, you know, it kind of goes with the access for the IT, for the security system. We want to make sure that, you know, we're following all the protocols and making sure everybody is, you know, happy.
A question we have online is, will the school be getting a camera? I think.
I'm not sure, the school may already have cameras, I'm not
They already
sure,
have cameras.
yeah.
Wouldn't that, yeah, I don't know, yeah, okay.
So, so that kind of goes into the next question, the addition to the agenda is. So apparently for the card readers and stuff that will be on the library door and the beach door, and that there needs to be a certain firewall that needs to happen to make sure it's secure and to feed it through to our one main area. So, and that is an addition of $3,000 to $5,000.
Were we
So,
not, we weren't notified of that previously?
I just learned of that with, he was starting to install the systems regarding the library.
And was that money budgeted?
No,
no, they were quoted like a specific amount, and
right.
with most quotes, like, you know, unfortunately, things are missed or not known.
Can I just get more clarity? So did any of the other buildings require that same
No, because they
access?
already have them. The garage already has it and our office already has it. So this is it, because we had just done the new firewalls and stuff. So now we need to add in the library and the beach.
And they didn't originally quote that.
Is it 3,000 to 5,000 each?
No, that's
Oh,
total. for-
total, okay.
Total for both buildings. That's the new firewall.
And so I guess the firewalls are made for security, not necessarily access, though.
No, it is security to go from their access point to like the main access point at the town office or whatever to the one recording.
Right.
Panels or however, you know. we have-
And what do they, so if we didn't do that, what would then happen? What's the downside, I guess?
Like the hacker cameras?
Yeah,
Well, I mean-
it would not be secure for one.
Right.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, right? Because we have to vote on something, right? So I need to understand what the risk
That's
is.
probably more something that I should probably have our IT person come in or the security system, because.
I would, so, right.
I mean, if we chose to keep the cameras off, it wouldn't be an issue.
Well, it's not necessarily that,
Cameras sitting around.
it's an endpoint, you know, encryption from one to the other.
Yes.
So, you know, anybody, well, not anybody, but somebody could pick up that signal and
Mhm.
have eyes on, right?
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
It has to do with the card readers, because that's how you're gonna get in and out of the libraries.
right.
And.
So-
they're gonna have Those card readers also.
Why can't
Okay.
we just leave it as a key system for the library?
Because somebody got locked in the library the other day and couldn't get out.
Has that ever happened before?
Nope. But
Okay.
that, and I spoke to Keith about that tonight, which is actually a fire hazard, because this person closed the library early and didn't know there was a person in there, and they got locked in the library. So I got a phone call at like 3:45 to see if I could go let this person out of the library, because there's no way out once they're locked in.
But a patron wouldn't have the card to let them out anyway.
Yeah,
You're saying,
And I spoke to the library rep that's there about,
you're saying the library is secure.
I spoke to a library rep that's there tonight about
regarding-
how to fix that.
I don't even know if I can. So regarding this, is this something that we can, I guess, because like I said, number 11 on the agenda is point of contact for IT, and that's an action item. So, and it kind of feels like this kind of falls into that. So how do we go about that? Do we like because I think there should be people involved with working with Philo to learn about their systems. And, you know, Shannon suggested Nick and I, so it's really up to the board how we want to approach that.
Are they saying that they are going to install this right now, or they have already installed it and they want us to pay them?
The cameras aren't installed. Yeah, but I don't, unless they've already been down there. I'm not sure where they've
So
installed.
they're not even installing the camera unless they get the.
The cameras are installed in our office.
Hmm.
No, they're going around and installing this
Yeah,
stuff.
we've already paid the $75,000.
Right, but
There's an
they're-
additional,
Right.
there's an additional 3,000?
3 to 5.
Is it
Can
3
we-
to 5?
You've
Can
only
we-
paid 50%.
Well, Shannon has a question and then Amber.
Amber said that we've only paid 50%.
Right.
And can we, sorry to roll, I don't know if I can do this. Can I make a motion to nominate Jamie as our point of contact for IT? And then have him get in touch with Philo, find out all the details to give us concrete information about what the charges are going to be, what is exactly it is for, and then we can make a decision about this.
Well, you absolutely can do that. If somebody seconds it, then we will be
I'd also like to,
talking about the motion of making Jamie point of contact for IT. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I can second that.
All right, different discussion now. Carl.
Yeah, I just somewhat of concern about the fact that we have a town administrator, and normally the town administrator is the contact person for much of this type of work. So I just wonder why we want to overcomplicate this, that they're in addition to the town administrator who would have to be informed of some contact as well, why a select board member has to be appointed as a point of contact.
I think the only thing that made sense to me with this is, one, because we have to vote on this, two, because Jamie's background is in IT. I think it just helps us so he can bring it back to us and explain it in a way that makes sense, right?
Jamie,
I
how do
think-
you see this?
well, I like doing things, you know, yes, I have a background in it, and I think just being able to have, you know, the inside knowledge of what's going on is important. You know, I'm not saying Cheryl knows all the lingo, right? Right. Well, there you go. There's your answer.
It's gonna help the board.
But I'd also like to pull in another member of the board, you know, whether that's you or Shannon or Nick or even Carl, you know, because I think it's important
Yeah.
to have that transparency. And,
Yeah.
you know, I know that Nick works for, like, I call it a tech company,
Mhm.
you know, Burlington Telecom is an up and rising, massive, you know, fiber company. So we, he can also, you know, speak to that as well.
Mhm.
But but again, it's up to the board and
And so do you just see this as a informational gathering sort of ability because the point has been made that that's something that we can do anyways.
I think being able to, like, and it goes along with the security cameras. So, number 11, the, point of contact for IT. It really kind of goes it encompasses everything. So if we're gonna work with Philo and to like help, figure out an SOP for the security system and all that stuff, then it all is encompassed in my mind.
Okay, so we're in discussion, so Emily and then Fred.
So, I think it would be good to have an IT point person. Cheryl's made it very clear that she's very busy doing her 2 jobs, and this is something an area she's not familiar with. So I would feel that having an IT person would help relieve Cheryl of any extra duties. So she can maintain whatever status quo she's working now, and we can keep moving forward with questionable security system contract.
Fred,
I'm a little concerned that somebody got locked in the library, because I'm assuming just the one door was locked, so should there be 2 ways for the side of the building for fire code and stuff for that?
Well, I think they could have gone out the food shelf door.
But that one's locked from the inside, isn't it, so you can't access it? That's my point is I'm wondering if that lock on the food shelf door is a violation of fire codes, because I don't think, is a food shelf door gonna be part of this camera and locking system too, so they're gonna have their own lock?
well, I'll interpret what you're saying in relationship to the discussion that obviously it's confusing because we changed discussion, but I guess an IT person would ask those questions. So.
Well, that's a fire thing. So
That's a fire
Keith
thing.
would be able to answer that.
But like like having a little touchpad or something on the inside of the
So,
library.
yeah, with most
Yeah.
systems like that, I know that Cheryl's probably gonna say the exact same thing. Most systems like that, they do have an emergency release to get out.
All right, so, do you have any
Yeah.
questions? Cheryl, you have a question.
So I have a question doing my select board job. So the question we need to ask regarding like the cameras and stuff, there was an issue, and I think I spoke to Nick about it the other day, is the one camera in front of the library door. We need to know, the library has asked for it to be removed. Do we want this? So we need to know what we're doing. That was part of this security question is the access point, it was originally inside, we moved it outside, it's on the contract of the outside. The library has requested that not be there.
I
So,
think from what I'm hearing is that we are going to try to reach out to department heads and let them know how those cameras are gonna be used, but they're there. And we're not disputing that.
okay, so I
If
just want
that
clarity
is something
on
that you all
Yeah,
feel.
I think, well, Carl, why don't you go ahead? Ryan?
Yeah, my understanding, the issue on the camera at the front is essentially where it faces. I mean, there are areas in front of the building. It would be very useful to have a camera for incidents. We have a number of children that stand out there, or youths, okay, I guess I should say, that stand out there waiting for the bus. And if something happens, somebody pushes somebody, or somebody gets hurt, somebody gets hit by a car or something like that, it'd be useful that we have that documented as far as the security camera. It would seem like that is one of the things we're doing in today's society, especially where we have so much violence that seems to happen randomly. Sometimes not randomly, but I'm saying, like, assuming it's random, that we would have something that would capture that. It wouldn't necessarily, I think we could point it in such a way that it wouldn't necessarily surveil who's going into the library per se, which I think is the concern of the director, okay?
So
I mean, I think
sorry.
it's how it's focused.
So if I can move us along, let us just vote on this IT thing, and then we're going to need to vote on extending the meeting if that's what we want to do. And so all in favor of.
Did we make a motion to begin with?
Yes, Shannon made a motion.
Okay.
All in favor of Shannon's motion to appoint Jamie as the select board point of contact
For IT.
Aye. For IT.
for IT.
Aye.
And
Aye.
Abstain.
Did you
All
want
right,
to?
No, I'll just say no.
you wanted to add something?
I wanted as a backup
you want to amend your motion, Shannon?
To what?
Amended
Yeah,
to add Nick as a
Oh,
backup.
okay,
Yeah,
sure. So
Is
I'll,
this in charge and a backup as well? Or IT person, or, you know, how does he get?
He
blamed?
would still be the IT person, but he would have, they could speak to, which they can anyways, but Matt Bouchard would still be the IT person.
he's awesome, by the way. I
Yeah.
worked with him
Yeah.
last week. He's
All
great.
right, so, all in favor of the motion as amended?
I,
aye.
All right, now back to the security camera discussion.
All right.
Where were we?
So, you're with the public library, right?
Oh, sorry, no, I'm sorry. We need a vote on extending.
Oh, I make
I
a motion.
move we continue this meeting at a date certain and suggest tomorrow night to continue this meeting other than the executive session, which we still have to do.
The planning commission meeting.
Yeah, and it would need to
Planning
be,
commission
it would need to be
tomorrow.
warned.
It would need
Yeah,
to be warned.
it would need to be warned. We can't accept it.
We can't.
We'd have to
It's a
extend.
continued meeting, as far as I know, it can be. I mean, it's,
Well, you may.
I think we're looking to extend the meeting.
Do we have
beyond
a
9
second?
o'clock.
Do we have a second for the motion? Not hearing a second, let's just say that motion did not pass. Let's discuss. So how do we want to move forward? Do we
So
want to
the-
just extend this meeting?
the intent of-
It's not extending them, I mean, go past 9 o'clock.
Yeah, the
Correct.
intent of that was to vote to, you know, continue the meeting.
Right,
now continue the meeting at a different date, though. In
We-
other words, determine.
we can't do that. We can determine a different date to continue the
Yeah.
meeting, yes, or we can just vote to sit here and hash this out.
I think we should try to get through as much of this as possible,
Okay,
if possible.
all right, so would somebody be willing to make a motion to that end?
So, well, I guess my concern on that is that we just made this motion. Or this policy that we were gonna try to hold it to 3 hours. And right away, our second meeting after, we're essentially going against our policy.
Well, I think one of the challenges we have is we did have some stuff that was tabled and moved from the previous meeting to this meeting, so we definitely are heavy on the agenda. Hopefully, though, if we do not push any more stuff into next meeting, we won't fall into that
Right,
same-
and that's the idea, Carl, is that,
It's
you
gonna
know,
be tough tonight.
eventually this will become more efficient. And we won't have to even vote to extend, right?
Yeah.
So I say, please, like, you know, let's bear with it, and then hopefully this, in a month or so, we will be flowing.
All right, so
The motion, so, I mean, we need a motion to extend.
I'd like to
continue
make a-
this- Not to extend, to continue this meeting past 9 o'clock.
I would like to make that motion
Or
to continue this
technically
meeting
9:12.
past 9:12 to continue our agenda.
A second.
All right, all in favor?
All right,
Aye.
No,
And we'll need Cheryl to record that. Shannon, were you in favor as well?
Sorry, yes, I,
All right, back to the security camera. Do you have a question?
do you have anything you want to say, like, regarding that camera out front, like with the access that we're proposing and trying to set up like policy and stuff like that? Are you guys good with that? Do you think you're good with that, or?
Probably to take it back to
Yeah.
the board.
Okay.
I want to represent them at this
course.
point.
Of course.
That'll be unfair to the rest of the folks. But we'll be very happy to do that and come back to.
Yeah, you can email me and Nick anytime with
Yeah.
what you find, and, you know, we're hoping, you know, we just want you to know that we heard. And hopefully, moving forward, we're gonna whip up a good policy and, you know, procedures to make sure everything is good.
We want the
With,
confidence of the board, you know, and the library that their best interests are in mind, you know, with this action, so.
All right, so, do we feel, oh, yes, Brian.
I just want to mirror what Nick had said, that the primary reason here is to protect the assets of the town of Georgia, which all of this stuff is owned by the residents of Georgia, and the integrity of the town of Georgia. That's what the cameras are for. I'm not sure how it's getting blown way out of proportion. It should be as simple as put your cameras up, turn them on, figure out your policy
Yeah.
for when you look at them and what you need to do with them. You know, you may want one on constant on the parking lot down at the beach, not only for watching it, but for maybe somebody who's in a fishing derby and going, oh, I can get in over there, there's parking. You know,
Yeah,
because a lot of towns have cameras that they're exposing places that they think are good for the town.
I just want to make a comment, Brian, about sometimes the library is used for meetings, things like counseling meetings or peer group meetings, AA, migrant justice meetings. So sometimes it might be a concern about discretion. And the library is a place of solace for some people. So we don't want to make it, you know, think about LGBTQ teens who go to a peer support group. We want to make sure that people feel comfortable using our space. And I fully agree with protecting the town's assets, but we also are infringing on some people's privacy. And so we do have to be somewhat aware of that portion of putting cameras up where there weren't some before. You know, I'm thinking about, I heard that one of the cameras will be facing the pavilion outside of the library. I'm not sure if that's true, but if it is, you know, I'm thinking about kids sitting there and who has access to the cameras, and just the level of concern about people watching children, you know, can be a little touchy. So we just have to think about all sides of this. And I appreciate your comments. We do have to think about the human element of putting surveillance up in so many places.
So it sounds like we have been informed about the security camera. We have discussed the security cameras and we have an idea of how we want to move forward with the security cameras. So I'm going to move us along in our agenda to our discussion on, and it says contract mergers, but this is really the mergering. Cheryl will speak to this. The idea of merging the select board clerk and the bookkeeper. All right.
So it's pretty much just tying the position back into what it used to be, taking some of those treasurer duties, putting it back onto the treasurer section. And rolling with the select board clerk duties into that bookkeeper position. So it's just bringing the job description back to what it used to be.
Would you like to share some of the benefits you believe that would come from making that call?
So if we're looking at it from a budget aspect, it would give us the funding to put towards the full-time treasurer position that, you know, there had been a lot of discussion over. So it's just money wise of how can we get a full-time treasurer and utilize those funds. That's all it was.
Okay.
I don't have a budget scenario. Trying to get one position versus the other.
Okay, I saw Fred raise his hand there and I saw Susanna. And if there's anybody online, I'll be looking back there too. And I saw, see Brian there. So, Fred, you had your hand raised. Susanna, then Brian.
So currently the bookkeeper is part-time,
No, she's open.
and so you're giving her more hours by making her the select board clerk, or she's not busy enough right now? I'm not sure where we're.
No, we would take it back and take off some of the treasurer duties and put those over on the treasurer. So we would take some of her job duties and put it back in the treasurer's duties. So she would then have the time to do the select board clerk and administrative clerk. Kind of what Ashley used to do, and then they took off some of the things from Ashley. And we hired a select board clerk. So it's kind of just rearranging it again.
I just feel like a town our size doesn't need a full-time treasurer, because lots of towns that are larger than us don't have a full-time treasurer. Once we set that precedent, it's hard to go back. You know, once you give somebody that giant paycheck, then everybody that gets that position after is going to want it. And full-time is a lot more expensive than just a salary. You have to understand that.
All right, Brian?
What were the treasurer duties that were given to your partner or whatever?
Well, there's some,
Bookkeeper.
there's reporting stuff that could be done, there's HR stuff that could be done.
When was the treasurer stuff, who's an elected position of being a treasurer, able to give that stuff to somebody who's hired from the town? I just don't understand how you have a treasurer who's elected to do the treasurer stuff. No.
Yeah,
And
no, I'm not sure how
somehow you
the-
had a bookkeeper get some of the treasurer stuff,
Right, but this
but we
was
don't
so.
use their treasurer stuff only a certain amount of hours a week.
So there's certain things that you have to have a checks and balance in for control, that the treasurer can't do, that the bookkeeper can do. But then there's other, like payroll, they shouldn't be doing payroll and writing out checks for invoices. So
I
those should be two different
See
people.
Amber unmuted, and also, are we able to see the chat box?
No, you gotta move the window.
There's no checks in there.
Amber, did you want to say something?
I was just gonna ask the same question that Brian was, what duties is the bookkeeper doing that now would have to come back to the treasurer? That's unclear to me.
So it'd just be the reporting, I mean, I'd have to pull the reports of what the job description is for the bookkeeper. That went over to, that we originally had to the bookkeeper, and then what was the job description previous to that? Beforehand, what the duties were, there are printouts at the office of different job descriptions and what the treasurer did and what the bookkeeper did. So then we could push the HR stuff and that over to, into the treasurer's hand. All the reporting of reports wouldn't be bookkeepers anymore, it would be the treasurers. So, there's certain reports, I guess, that the bookkeeper was doing. So there's some confusion over what the bookkeeper reports are doing, that bookkeeper thinks they're the treasurer, treasurer thinks they're the bookkeepers. So all the reporting would then go to that treasurer position, along with doing their taxes, doing the budgets, coming to the select board meetings, just, so there's enough stuff in there that could keep them busy, just being there at the public hours when somebody wants to
Can I
come
make-
in. Bob came in the other day looking for reports.
Can I make,
Um,
a sorry,
Let Carol finish up what you have to
Okay, go
say.
ahead. Yep.
So Bob came in the other day looking for reports. So it'd be handy to have somebody in the office so that when people do come in looking for stuff, there's someone there to fulfill that position to get them the information that they need.
You mean as treasurer?
Yeah, for a full-time treasurer position. And then the bookkeeper would do the payroll and the invoices. And then she would help out with the administrative assistant stuff and the select board clerk.
Okay, Shannon, you had something you wanted to say?
yeah, it seems like it would be a cost savings if we kept the treasurer as part-time and the select board clerk person as a part-time job, because then we wouldn't be paying benefits. Is that correct?
There wouldn't be benefits, but we're also looking at what the town office needs. I mean, are we looking at 20 hours a week? Are we looking at 30 hours a week?
Amber, is it in our budget to pay another full-time position?
So it's complicated, to be quite honest, because there was positions that were supposed to be filled. There is money in the budget in case Cheryl no longer wants to be the full-time administrator. So it's complicated to say that. I don't really know. I know that no one specifically asked me what the treasurer duties were. I know that I told the previous board what they were, but this new board has not asked me specifically, sit down, have that conversation. I'm concerned about where this person's going to sit within the building. I'm just saying that out loud. So that's just my thoughts, but I'm more than happy. I gave Cheryl and the board the breakdown of wages. So The current, if you look at the line item in the budget to answer your question, there is $25,000 for a treasurer.
Thank you, Amber. I appreciate it. It seems like if we were to move these positions, it would once again put us into a kind of a muddled situation, which I'd like to avoid, about moving people within departments to holding multiple positions. I think, Cheryl, I understand 100% your point of view about combining these positions and adding more hours. I'm just voicing my concern about giving a fewer number of people more roles.
Right, but it's a job description that had been in place for years. It's not something I'm creating. So we're not making this a new combined position. This is something that had been in the works for a long time.
It is new for Bonnie though, am I correct?
So-
We already had a job description for this job.
If I can interject, it sounds to me like the question before the board is whether or not we want to merge the select board clerk position with the bookkeeper position. Because the action item after this discussion is offering a contract to a candidate or candidates, depending on how many we have left, who for that position. I think if anybody would like to make a motion to that degree, this would be the time to do it. Otherwise, we can just move on into whether or not we want to offer a contract.
So you want, what type of motion?
I'm not specifically asking for a motion. I'm just saying if anybody wants to.
I would like
combine these
to-
positions.
I would like to make a motion to move forward with the budgeted position, budgeted two positions rather, of select board clerk and treasurer position as this is what is in the budget. It is what has been approved by the select board. We have a candidate here to potentially, or possibly two, to potentially fill these roles, and I think we should move forward as such.
All right, that's something that we can do as well. It's a little bit more of it's a more powerful statement. So would somebody like to second that motion?
I'll second that.
All right, discussion. Do we want to move forward with the positions as they are currently listed?
Yeah, and I only said that simply because I just don't have enough information to overturn that. I like the idea, Cheryl, I genuinely do, because I also feel like the public in general has voiced their concerns over people taking over multiple roles, and I think we run the risk of when you have people wearing too many hats. I see it in our industry. It is much better having two people doing two different things rather than one person doing two different things. You get more done. That's just my humble opinion.
Any questions, comments?
So what's the motion again?
The motion is to continue with the hiring process with the for the select board clerk, separate from the bookkeeper, town bookkeeper. Fred.
I would say you'd also want to weigh in what the salary of a treasurer versus the salary of a clerk would be and how much position of that would be in the job, what their job doing. And then whether it attracts more candidates by having a full-time job versus a part-time job.
Well, that and it does for treasurer.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, and I misspoke earlier. I apologize because we were talking about the select board clerk and bookkeeper. And I believe I said select board clerk and treasurer.
Okay. So that will need to be clarified in the minutes.
Yeah.
Carl.
But just following up on Fred says, I mean, the one reason we looked at this possibility of combining jobs is that we had several applicants for the position of the select board clerk as a part-time position. But we had only one person that was willing or interested in being a part-time treasurer. Okay, and so, and we offered the job to that one person. We missed her by 24 hours. unfortunately, she took another job, so. And that's when we went back to the table and said, what can we do? Because we had several people who would want to be a full-time treasurer, okay? So Cheryl thought this through and said, I think we could make it work if we combined and took some of the money from the clerk, the select board clerk, and put towards the salary of a full-time treasurer. And that we did the job, how should we say it? Divvied up the job so that both people could have full-time jobs. Okay, and it's really what it amounted to.
Right.
And so that's how it came about, and I thought it was a good suggestion. But you know, I'm only one person here, I know that, and but I'm just saying that in support of Cheryl's recommendation. It seemed like in the long run, it would be saving money and having less people in the town clerk's office where we are over, like Amber made a comment, where are you even gonna put the treasurer, okay? So anyway.
Fred, then Emily, and then let's move forward on the motion.
I would say of the two positions, the town treasurer would be the one that would be more of angst to fill, because Amber, who's been doing that role, doesn't have to at a certain point.
Yeah.
So I would say before you hire a town clerk and lock in your position as that, I would say you hire the town treasurer or look at your options there, because I would say of the two positions, that's the one that needs to be filled more promptly.
Emily,
So yeah, I just want to comment on Carl's apparently switching position. Last board didn't seem to have any problems hiring people when there was only one applicant for a full-time job, so I don't know what the difference is here. So
okay.
it's more of a comment than a question.
Okay. So let's move forward with the motion to move forward with the job titles as they currently are. All in favor? Oh, am I missing? Well, I did say that was gonna be the last comment / question. Aye.
Aye.
No, okay. So the next item of discussion is the select board clerk action. I know we have at least one applicant. Do we have anybody else?
We had two for the position.
We have two for the
We've
position.
interviewed two people.
Shannon
Shannon and I interviewed.
we would be asking you and Shannon, for your recommendations, on our candidates for this position.
I move to nominate Jen Kale as our select board clerk.
Okay, do we have? You're making a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, you move, you said you moved, that's another way of making the motion, excuse me, I'm tired.
So
Second, we'll discuss after if somebody makes a second.
Did you just make a second?
I can make a second, but I didn't make a second.
Okay.
there is another candidate who is not here tonight, so.
Right,
Because it wasn't, I'm sure, because she wasn't informed that this was gonna be an item on the agenda, that we were actually gonna select a clerk. So I think it would be unfair to that person to not be able to be here and speak for themselves.
It was on the agenda, and the agenda's been up for several days.
It doesn't, well, it seemed to have been tied up with this discussion on contract mergers, so that was the point we were making.
oh, well, okay, I'm still waiting for a second. Do we have one?
I'll second.
All right, so just, discussion.
Yeah, so the agenda has been posted.
Mhm.
So we didn't did we not notify
No, 'cause I
either?
didn't know this was happening.
Okay, yeah, I understand, but neither participant was notified.
No, I didn't notify Jen and I didn't notify the other candidate.
Okay, and is that typically our process for how we, when we go about this? I know it's imperfect, but do we normally?
Discussion in executive session.
So
Emma?
They hired Doug during public open meeting, they offered him the position.
After.
Well, I think,
executive session.
Yeah, the head executive.
What we are doing is we are voting on whether or not we're gonna offer a position, and then we'll be discussing details in executive session. So I don't think it's a secret whether or not, you know, it's a secret, it's not a secret who we offer the contract to. Where we try to respect people's privacy is when we talk about the details of a contract.
So where do we stand on the motion at the moment?
Right now, we're in discussion.
Yeah.
Questions online? That was to the last discussion, something about software. Sorry about that, Christina.
So, no, it says, isn't the software for prior meeting going to replace the select board clerk?
Minutes isn't the only thing the clerk does, right?
So it's gonna save a lot. It's gonna be putting it into the system. We had our first training on it today. The agenda items will go in there and it will be all up. I don't know about the minute taking piece. It'll make minute taking easier, but we will still need probably somebody to do the minutes.
And in regards to the process, I do think that there was confusion, especially when we had that special meeting, the idea of putting together two positions was brought up. And so there was a moment where I think many people on the board were wondering whether or not we still were going through a search process. And it was only after discussion that we realized that there were no motions that were made to put pause on the search process. In my reasoning, when I asked Cheryl to put this on the agenda, which has been pointed out for a while, is that we have a responsibility to continue the process if we did not say that we were going to stop it.
But I think that needs to be discussed in an executive session so that the board is aware of both candidates.
Okay.
They both bring a lot to the table. And I'm not saying that they don't, but I think it's unfair that the board doesn't know the details of both candidates.
Heather, you had a question?
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
All right.
Motion that-
Carl?
Can we change the motion to the fact that we are going to hire a select board clerk? But we're not saying which person that will be until we go into executive session and hear the credentials and the salary range that each person is expecting.
That would be a question to ask Shannon, who made the motion. She's willing to amend.
Well,
Can
it's already
amend.
been seconded.
Oh, yeah, it has already been seconded. We have,
So then we would be voted down, then it would be to vote it down. You're asking we vote it down.
Her motion that's on the floor.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay. So then it sounds like the question is, do we want to, so Carl has proposed that we vote this down in order to make a different motion. Did you hear, Shannon, what that motion was?
yes,
All right, so all in favor of the motion as it currently stands? All right, all against?
I,
Aye.
Okay.
All right, so Carl, would you like to restate your motion?
make a motion that we are in executive session. We will hear the credentials of two candidates that we have interviewed and decide which one and make an offer after that.
Okay. So would somebody be willing to second Carl's motion?
Second.
All okay, discussion, right?
So do you have any candidates for treasurer?
We have one for treasurer, I believe, who
But-
wants to be full-time.
So you have
she,
one for full-time?
She
Yeah.
apparently will only accept if it's a full-time position.
Yeah,
Because
we
again, I
have,
state my caution of locking in one position when you're looking for another one.
I like your comment. Unfortunately, we were going in a different direction.
So any other discussion online?
Keith,
All right.
Keith has his hand up.
Yeah, I'm just looking for clarification, so I understand. So historically, what's currently the full-time position with the bookkeeper was previously the bookkeeper and the select board clerk, and then the treasurer was part-time. So if you're voting on a separate select board clerk, does that now mean the bookkeeper is going to part-time?
So the way in which we've been conducting this search has been for a treasurer and a select board clerk. The select board clerk was its own part-time position. And that is what we've been putting out there to the public and trying to get people to apply to, and people have applied to. That is not apparently the way it was historically. But that is the way it was since many of us came on with the board.
And sorry, to also clarify, Keith, I think our current bookkeeper has not been the clerk. Is that correct?
She's been helping me.
But she has not.
No, she does not. No, it's not in her job
Okay.
description, because that
Okay.
select board clerk went away when the new board got a select board clerk that came in and did minutes and that stuff, so. But she's been helping me with my packets and stuff like that, yes.
Okay.
It just seems
yeah.
like the bookkeeper's position historically for years was always part-time, as was the treasurer.
Mhm.
And you know what I mean? And even your treasurer is pretty much telling you that she's been that for 19 years, that the treasurer's position pretty much is a part-time position. You know what I mean? Like, you're talking about spending money or saving money, right? Like, are we creating extra hours to hire somebody full-time when you don't necessarily need that? I guess is
But
my,
the last bookkeeper was also the administrative assistant for the administrator. She was the clerk for the lister's office. She was the bookkeeper and she was the select board clerk.
I'm going to interject and try to
That
move
was
this
her job
meeting
description.
along. So all in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. All right, that passes unanimously. So we will, when do we want to schedule the executive session? Right after
Well,
this meeting?
we have one right after this
All right,
for this purpose.
for this purpose. There we go. So next on the agenda is the treasurer position. We do have one person for treasurer. They will only accept if it is full-time, and we currently are not offering a full-time position. So just putting that out there. Any discussion?
Should we put the ad back out?
I think that is a good thing, would be a good thing to do.
Joe, can you tell me where we have it posted? Where do we currently have the ads posted?
So that one was on Indeed, VLCT, Front Porch Forum, the website. I believe they're on Facebook, St. Albans Messenger, and Indeed.
And what was the last one?
Indeed.
Indeed.
Oh, okay. And they're all currently still up?
They're not on Indeed,
Okay.
and they're not in the Messenger, but they are on VLCT. I don't think the expiration date was on that one yet. They're still on the website. I think those are the two I know of, definitely. is the
Okay.
Website and VLCT.
Maybe we can explore other avenues to advertise. I'm thinking like 7 days or putting it back on Indeed.
Yeah, because Indeed's expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we will.
Sorry. What
It
about
sounds like
LinkedIn?
Oh, sorry, LinkedIn? Yeah.
What about LinkedIn?
That one was new, so yeah, if you can get me the information of what I have to do, I can put, does that one cost
Sure.
or no?
I think we can throw that to our IT people.
Champlain College has a service for job postings.
Heather,
How long is Amber agreeing to be our treasurer? Because it seems like that should be our most important thing right now.
Amber, question, how long do we have you?
It's done April 8th, so.
Sorry. Yeah, I did tell the board that I was willing to stay till they did hire a replacement. I don't want my years of experience to go down the drain in the sense of just saying goodbye. I'd more than happy to help transition the staff person if they do hire someone, but I've also expressed that it would be good to have someone in the office at some point in time. It's just I still don't believe that the position should be full-time, but that's my belief and that's okay. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But I'm doing what I can. And
All right.
I'm
So you're willing to stay in?
Yeah.
I'm willing to stay some, yeah, but I can't say forever because all I do is work.
All
I
right,
think having somebody in the office, even 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
5 days a week would be a, you know.
Or
huge
4.
upgrade, Which
Yeah.
again, 4 hours, 5 days a week is
Yeah.
a part-time job, but that would be a huge.
Especially if it's
Benefit.
a new person coming in, it's gonna take them a while, so they're
Sure.
not gonna learn the job in 20 hours.
Oh, of course,
Plus
Yeah.
do their duties that they have to do,
yeah.
especially tax time and budget season. So
Yeah.
we're gonna be over those hours.
so we will continue advertising for the treasurer position. Point of contact for finances. So this
Okay.
is the,
I think we had a question.
oh, we have a question. Last one.
Open with your 4 hours, 5 days a week, because you're offering a part-time position.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, because to your point and Cheryl's about budget. You know, meetings like this and, you know,
Yeah.
budget season.
I'm sorry, Betty, I'm trying to get us out of here as soon as I possibly can. So I'm gonna move us on to the point of contact for
let's go.
finances. This is the same thing as IT, just for.
Well, we already have a finance and budget committee.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I think those can be,
you think that they will just combine those?
Oh, yeah, I expect,
Yeah, because we do have a finance and budget committee, we don't have an IT committee.
right.
Okay, so what do you feel about that, Shannon?
Good.
All right, so we will move on with, that was fast. We will move on to creating subcommittees, ethics policy, diversity, equity, diversity, equity and inclusion, declaration and recreation community organization. Shannon, this was your request. Do you have anything that you would like to present or share?
Yeah, there was a lot of things that I think we need to address, and it is difficult for us as a board because the limitations on our communication and the timing of our meetings. So my thought, and this is not, I didn't just dream this up. A lot of towns do this, and I've been looking at other towns on how they allocate their time and where they spend that time. And what it seemed like that there was public committees of non-select board members that met and researched ideas and fielded questions and concerns and would then present those findings to the board. And my thought was that we have a few things that are not pressing, but that we would like to address. The code of ethics, the diversity and inclusion statement. These things I feel would be better as public committees that would then present information to the board. I'm obviously open to comments and criticisms and constructive chats about this, but that was my thought. You know, other towns had also done ARPA committees that seem to work really well in terms of allocating ARPA funds. I thought about using that same idea for our rec committee / community organization because then it once again removes us from the decision-making process and having to go back to our board to make any decision. And it included the public, gave them access to, you know, budget information or what the town is willing and able to do on a more open basis, and would maybe move things along a little bit faster than what we are able to do.
Well, also that, and I think we originally kind of said that we wanted to revise, you know, a bunch of these things.
Yeah.
So my question is, you asking us to make a committee for all these topics, or are there specific topics, or are you just throwing out general topics that we would want to address? Because, for instance, I do recognize that we said that we would put together a committee on looking over our ethics policy and updating that. I also know that members of the community asked us to talk about to discuss the diversity, equity, and inclusion statement. So I suppose my question is, were you did you just want to put this forward for discussion tonight, or were you hoping that we would come up with actionable items?
Nope, just a discussion, that maybe there was a way to approve these ideas of being able to make public committees on ideas, and then have a way for people to get involved, was whether it's through signing up through the town or a website or I'm not sure. I guess more of a discussion about how do we move this forward if it's approved, if the idea is approved.
I believe that if we wanted to make committees, we could just make a notice and ask for volunteers.
Okay.
And I also think it, with the ethics policy, the conflict of interest policy as well, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions, comments, Carl?
I'm just gonna say, I thought we already were working on an update to our ethics policy, but you're saying you want a special committee to
We
do that?
said that we said that we would, in an open forum, bring it up for discussion. And I think that we said that along the line, we would eventually get to making a public committee for this.
Yeah, I don't think we're actively
Sounds
working
like,
on it.
it sounds like Shannon is asking us to actively work on it.
And of course, as far as the diversity, equity, and inclusion declaration, that did come before us. We had some citizens that expressed their concerns about this declaration, and then we tabled it for a while to gather more information, of which I reported back at one time to the board that many surrounding communities had issues on
Oh,
this.
two of them.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Two committee out of over 100, two have had issues.
But,
Well, they were the ones surrounding us, okay? We had Highgate that withdrew their declaration. We had St. Albans Town that actually fired one of their members on the committee, okay? When I say fired, they removed him from the committee. And it didn't sound like a very inclusive committee when they remove a member of the committee.
I will say that
St. Albans, I'm sorry, can I
Oh,
finish this?
yes, of course. I apologize.
St. Albans Town did not reactivate their committee that was sort of a special rollout by the state. They decided not to sign on again. So there's been several, and in addition to a member being removed from the DEI board in St. Albans, there was an event down in Berlin where again, a DEI board, the chair of the board has stated, and it was in the newspaper, that the person could stay. This was a right to life person. For some reason, they thought that person to believe that way couldn't be on the board, but they were. And the woman said, unless you resign, I'm just telling you, you will not be allowed to say anything at a meeting, okay? And so that again sounded very non-inclusive to me. So anyway, based on several of my research, I suggested to the board that we not sign on at this time. We had many other things to deal with, and that would be my.
Yes.
Discussing whether we're gonna have committees or not.
Yes.
He's detailing one topic.
Well,
No, this is that specific committee. And the way I understood it, there are three committees she's asking for.
she's asking in general whether or not we want the committees together, but I do think that in response to the point of order, I do think that you were still on topic. But regardless, I would like to say that I do know that some of these discussion topics can turn controversial. They don't need to if we have those discussions in a way that is appropriate. And so I do think that, and ultimately, I do think that these are issues, a lot of these are issues that we said that we would have and that I do think would greatly benefit our community. And so if, I personally have experience starting conversations like this. And Shannon, if you would need assistance in, helping to organize committees to that end, I would be more than happy to assist. But the discussion here is, do we want to move forward with these committees? And I do think that we should, and I think that at the very least, we should try to at least make a motion on the ethics and our ethics policy. At the very least, we should make a motion to form a committee on that, to discuss the ethics policy. Yeah, Brett.
I would agree with that because the minute you restated the ethics policy, you're in violation of this. So I don't know if it's better to not have a policy or violate what you have.
Yeah, I would also agree with that, and I would agree that we create that committee and then discuss adding additionals as well.
Okay, so at least for the time being, would somebody be willing to make a motion to create a subcommittee for a community subcommittee on the ethics policy?
Yes, I would like to make that motion
All
to
right,
create a community ethics policy
In
or
conflict of interest.
subcommittee rather, as well as look at other additional policies.
Okay, I like the addition there. Do we have a second? Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Wait,
Oh,
so the discussion should probably be how we're gonna, do we have the public reach out to us? Do we have the public reach out to Shannon? Or who wants to participate in the committee?
Correct.
I think we should reach out and invite people to join us on the committee. You know,
We're not gonna be on the committee.
We're not on the committee.
we're not gonna be on the committee, but
So-
we should tell people that this committee, we need volunteers for the committee.
Okay, so who do they reach out to? Us, Shannon, all like. I
Yeah,
mean,
we do need a
we don't
contact
necessarily have to choose, like, you know, if we have 10 people, then.
Well, the board would be approving people to the committee, wouldn't we?
Why? It's volunteer.
Yeah, it's volunteer.
Yeah.
I'm just asking a question about a procedure.
So how about this? How about whoever is interested, we can put something on the website and whoever is interested could just email us or
Okay.
email Shannon or, you know, all of us or whatever you want.
Okay. Betty,
I think anybody that volunteers for this committee ought to be accepted. You ought to take everybody's point of view. If you just appoint people to the committee, then you can stack the committee.
Yeah, we're not,
Yeah, Betty, we already decided that.
we're absolutely not
yeah,
gonna
we've
appoint people.
already decided that's what we're gonna do.
I wanna set-
Do we want to set a limit?
I would agree with that,
Yeah,
Okay,
because if you have,
Everybody put their name in by a certain date, and draw whatever, 5 names or 7 names or whatever.
well, because if you have
so
10
that,
people.
so that it is fair in the, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But maybe we should, what I would like for this motion to be at the very least is for us to start asking those questions and putting this together.
Well, we're in discussion about it, right?
We're in discussion about it, right? But I'm not asking that we have a detailed plan in place right now. To add to the discussion. Maybe we can just designate some people who are responsible for.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, I think at least at this point, you know, people can start emailing
Right,
it, that they're interested in, that they want to be.
all
Like,
right,
because again, we shouldn't appoint people. We should, you know, take the first 10 and run
okay,
and get the process going.
so have them email the board.
Or, yeah,
Or the town
Town
administrator, I mean,
administrator.
yes, absolutely.
All right,
Yeah.
so have them email the administrator, and then we will choose.
what's the number that we
won't
want to
choose,
do?
We'll randomly. Put.
Is
Seven?
10 too many?
yeah, I
Like
feel like
How many
7,
people should be on the board? We don't want like a.
Oh, right.
7,
So we don't want to choose, right? We're
No.
not choosing. So do you guys agree
We should,
that
like,
the
pull
first
names out of
9
a hat or
people, the
something.
first 7 people?
Or something like that.
You have to say, have that.
So if you
7.
if you, and you put them in a hat and pull them out, because if you say the first 9 you speak to will be the ones that sign up.
Be the ones that are online right now. So-
There you go.
so That wouldn't be necessarily fair. So I would, let's see what sort of response we get, and then we'll decide how we select these people, probably by lottery, okay, like
Yeah.
pulling the names out of a hat. I mean,
Okay.
that would seem the fairest way to
So
me.
at your next meeting, are you prepared to do that? You gotta set a date when.
I think by our next meeting, we should have a plan in place.
And this is just for the ethics policy.
And
Yeah, for the
the
ethics
ethics
policy.
and conflict of interest
Yes,
policy.
ethics and conflicts of interest.
So nobody emails you now. We're gonna wait until you, to the next meeting and then you're gonna tell us? Or you're posting something tomorrow?
I believe there's going to be
Whatever.
I believe there'll be should we post something?
Yeah. I think Cheryl should post something both on the
We have
website
a-
and on,
We have a hand up online.
I think that's our mouse.
Oh,
That's enough.
that's your mouth, okay.
No, no, it isn't.
I think, yeah, I think Cheryl, once we have this hashed out in the next few days, Cheryl should post both on the website and on Facebook, if that's what people are comfortable with. Saying, when the maybe who to email, right, Cheryl? And, for however many people, or I don't know, does that sound, so that once, our next meeting comes around, these decisions will already be made, the committees will already be set.
All right, so our plan, you
Or
would
do we
like,
wanna draw the lottery at the next meeting? If we take.
Yeah, I
all
think
the
that's a good
names, put
idea.
them here,
You get
and
the
then
names,
just
we
draw
set
we
the,
get the
set
name,
the
draw the
number.
lottery next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that gives
Sure.
people a good 2 weeks to express their interest.
Yeah,
Sure.
So that's what we'll do.
mean, the only-
Do you want to amend your motion to include that?
yes, I will be happy to amend my motion.
might
To include gathering the names, we would be posting on the
Website and Facebook.
website and Facebook, gathering interested parties. And then at our next scheduled select board meeting, we would then be randomly selecting a set group of individuals
Okay,
For the ethics and conflict of interest.
for the
policy.
ethics and conflict of interest policy.
any discussions on the policy as amended? Do we want to wait for Carl for the vote?
Welcome
Yeah.
to, yeah.
He can still hear us though.
What do you say, Carl? We're almost
It's a
done.
late night.
Good.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
I know, that's
Yeah,
why
there you go.
last meeting we had.
What that does, I keep hearing.
I thought he was voting from there. I was
No,
even
the
more-
last-
Well, I was, but I mean, I could hear what was going on.
Yeah, the
Okay.
last meeting, he left that out here while we were in executive and all you could hear was the people out here.
Okay, that's
I
pretty
kept
cool.
hearing myself.
All right, so on the motion is amended, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All against? All right, yes. The fire warden, do we still have a person who's volunteered?
So I have one person that is interested in the position, he's on vacation, will be back on May 3rd. So we just need to have approval that once he fills out his paperwork.
Could we meet him?
He's on the
We
fire department.
can, but we just need to sign off. What I would say to this is that, the fire warden position is a thankless position, and anybody who is trained and willing to take it, we should be deeply, deeply grateful to
I
them for.
agree.
And also, we can't issue burn permits until somebody who knows what they are doing is in that position. So I would suggest just voting yes.
I move, can we mention the name? Okay. I move that I move we select, I believe we select Andrew Dunsmore to be our fire marshal. If he's willing to accept the job when he gets back.
All right,
And that's for a term of like, what, 5 years, I think it's.
At least 5 years, I
At
believe.
least, yeah,
My God, it's.
right? He can't get out now.
all right.
I second that.
I'll second. Any discussion? Shannon got the second, you won, you got the prize. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're gonna have to fill out some paperwork for that, I believe,
Yeah, well, when he filled out,
when he
he
fills out
can't
his.
sign it till he's filled it out.
When did he get his big sign? We gonna drop off the
Put
sign?
it in the yard right now. It's not official yet, so.
I'm going to ask, do you want to continue the discussion on poll vouchers? I know that there's some updates that folks wanted to talk about. Do you want to possibly
Push
push
it.
that to the next meeting?
Yeah, I don't personally have an update, to the best of my knowledge, except.
You good?
the possibility
You
of
good?
it.
No, I
I
think we
think
should
the
push,
issue was possibly including, workout, pool workout sessions for older people. I think that was what somebody brought up. My personal feeling was I thought we already set up a mechanism for that at that meeting, Shannon. Okay.
Yeah, so we just have questions that have risen up at the office as of giving these pool passes aside, so I don't know if we want to address it now or if we want to address it at the next meeting. Just continue on the way we're going for the time being.
So what have you mainly heard, when people come in, are they basically?
Well, how are we going to address, like, if somebody wants to come in and they want to get like 10 pool passes to use next month? Not now. We've had that one, we've had the family pass membership. Can it be used for a single membership or a senior membership?
yes, it can. Yeah, it's not called the family membership. It's just called a membership. It works
Well, I
well for a
think-
family. There's different prices, but it says it on the website what the prices are. They can pick and choose. In terms of the exercise classes, Carl, it was my understanding, if I'm correct, that no, you cannot use them for exercise classes, because it was deemed that would also fall under recreation. And I think this was only for general pool use. The
Well, this
prices were
was-
different.
This was in the pool exercise, was my understanding. Okay.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm remembering from our meeting that the pricing was different and that we deemed it that they only had exercise classes for the elderly, and that kind of left out other portions of the public who couldn't use it for that. Am I remembering correctly?
Now, when we did the passes, though, we said one of them we had to name as a family membership pass. We didn't name it as just a membership pass. Cause that's how we,
Okay, but it can be used as a single person or at the senior discount rate.
okay, so we have that one, and then another question that someone brought up is, say somebody's having a birthday party at the pool, and they come in and get 25 pool passes for that birthday party. Well, is there a number that we limit people to get? Do we limit on how long they can hold on to these passes in case they don't use them? So there's questions of,
Yeah, Cheryl, can you do me a favor? Can you email that to me so I can meet with the head of the St. Albans pool and St. Albans Rec Department to ask these questions?
All right.
Is
Is that okay? And Carl, I'll include you in that.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
both of us, we'll talk with Cheryl, get some of the ideas or
Mhm.
problems we're having and speak to Kelly and see if we can come up with a resolution. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
the big one is just how many pool passes can we give out? That's our big one right now.
I think just as many as a
As a
family.
household.
Like if they want to take 3 kids, they can get 3 passes, okay?
Yeah,
But
it's,
to give
yeah,
out, 25
household,
just seems
yeah.
unreasonable to me, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it should be their household,
Yeah.
for sure.
household.
okay, so let's,
You had a
let's,
question.
oh, okay,
Betty.
sorry, that tired me. Oh, sorry, Betty.
I heard the thing about the seniors maybe wanting to go with exercise class. If we are giving pool passes for kids to go get swimming lessons, but we're preventing older people from going, are we doing age discrimination? And they are taxpayers.
Are we doing?
I hear you, and that's gonna be one of my questions for Kelly when we go up there and,
Like, I feel like when we talked about it, it fell into that $50,000 to $60,000 range that they had mentioned, but again, these two are the experts with Kelly.
Yeah, Fred, and then
I, as a
Emily.
taxpayer, would fully a supporter of seniors keep moving and do aquatic exercise.
I fully agree, and
Thank you,
I'm 100% for that. I think what the gray area was people complaining that certain specific groups were getting money for recreation and other groups weren't. And so I think it's where is the line? I'm 100% for everybody getting to recreate and being able to do those things. It's just, you know, people were upset last time about certain groups being able to use the rec money in other ways. And so how do we straddle one group getting to use recreation money that everybody pools their money for, where another group doesn't? So I think that this is the discussion that we need to address with Kelly also and kind of work out. I'm 100% not discriminating against elderly people or any certain group. If it was up to me, everybody would be able to get to use it, but it's just figuring out we have a certain set of amount of money and how do we use it so that it doesn't run out and that everybody can get to use the pool money.
All right, so that is then what we will do. I'd like to move us along into discussion, which is to move us to subcommittee reports. I don't think that there are any, unless there are some.
Well, there was, I think Susanna had an issue with.
we
the
added-
first,
Oh,
We added an
sorry.
item on the.
We added an
agenda.
item.
Town plan with planning commission.
Mhm.
Then, Susanna, I apologize. Thank you for sitting through the evening with us.
I didn't even come for this. Go ahead of it. We're having a meeting on the 9th. Dealing with the town plan, we have a representative from Northwest Regional coming to talk to us about their inability to support us because they're, I don't really know why, but I believe they're short-staffed, so they don't have us built into our plan, so we'll be on our own. But you are welcome to come and join us at that meeting,
What time?
7.
That's the night after our regular meeting, right? Okay,
I sit through both of them, you can too.
that's fine. I did.
She just called you
I
out,
know,
Carl.
I know.
Is this,
I did, but it was
Monday
tomorrow
night?
night. I'm very disappointed.
Tuesday?
Cause our regular meeting is 8, so on Monday.
Oh, the
And then-
night after
yeah.
our regular meeting. I
Yeah.
see, I understand. Okay, so. Apologize. Do we have any other discussions on this topic?
Thank you, Susanna.
The plan is to work on the town plan, the first planning meeting of every month, and then our second meeting will use the other stuff, so. If you're ever interested in what we're doing, it would be the second Tuesday.
Yeah, downhill forever.
No, hopefully not that.
All right, planning our next meeting. It is scheduled.
You skipped she has
Don't you have town administrator
updates.
update?
No, I apologize. Fire department, highway workers, town administrator.
The same with we posted the ad for the fire department, we haven't had any response. And we're reposting the ad for the highway labor because the person that we had hired and offered the job to took another position.
Anything for buildings? We don't have a buildings committee, subcommittee, budget and finance. Okay, our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, May 8th of this year. And so the next item of the agenda is to move into executive session. We are going to, who are we inviting to this executive session? Are we inviting anybody?
Mm-mm. No, I don't believe so.
We need to have Cheryl.
We
Oh,
will
Cheryl.
have Cheryl as well. Because we are discussing, we are discussing candidates, but we're discussing both candidates, so
Right.
probably.
I move we enter into executive session to discuss personnel issues that premature disclosure may be detrimental to the individuals involved and or to the board itself. And I expect that we should invite Cheryl to join us in this executive session.
Do we have a second?
Second,
I'm, no discussion right now, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so, everybody, the meeting is not over, but we are in an executive session, so you are free to go home. Thank you so much.
Do you want to do the other room while he takes down the camera stuff? Do it?
We probably should.
Yeah.
People are probably.
Shannon, do you want to call myself?
I can't, but, is there a way for you to carry
For,
me?
what'd she say?
oh.
Wait, let me see.
With the-
Hold on.
with the fair
I gotta
base.
take it from my kid.
One thing.
Don't yell at me.
As far as I know, I think we're good.
Treasurer's position. Sometimes it's been my experience.
No, I appreciate it. No, I think you are, I think
Tell
you
me
are.
about this device.
Two and a half